Good morning. The April 27th, 2023 special board meeting is now in order. Paul, roll call, please.
Mr. Susan.
Here.
Ms. Wright.
Here.
Ms. Campbell.
Here.
Mr. Trent.
Here.
Ms. Jenkins.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That brings us to the adoption of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? This meeting is for a board to conduct interviews with the finalists with no decisions will be made. Public comments prior to the interviews will not serve to assist the board to making a decision. Therefore, there will be no public comments in this meeting. There will be public comments at the next board meeting, which will afford the public an opportunity to provide their input pertaining to the interviews to assist board members with reaching a decision. However, I will make myself available to anyone who wishes to meet after the conclusion of today's meeting. All right. If we could have Mr. Schneider please come in. As Mr. Schneider's coming in, just so the public understands, we're going to interview Mr. Schneider, Mr. Mark Rendell, and then Mr. Jason Wysong. Welcome, Mr. Schneider. I'm going to give my board members an opportunity to speak if they can, and then we're going to go into some of the questions. I've got 15 minutes up here because apparently each one of us has 15 minutes, so we're going to try to move through it pretty quickly, and we appreciate you being here. Ms. Campbell, if you wish to.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being a part of this process. I'm Katie Campbell, and I represent the south end of Brevard.
Good morning. Hello again. Got to say hello really, really fast. Jennifer Jenkins, it's nice to meet you, and I'm glad that you're here.
Hello, Mr. Schneider. Megan Wright again. I got to meet you just briefly a moment. I represent the north end of Brevard County. Thank you for coming and being part of this process.
And welcome. I represent the middle part of Brevard County, and we did get to meet shortly over there. But thank you and welcome.
I want to say thank you. I think all of us have done our due diligence in interviewing you, and we really appreciate you coming forward to interview for our school district. I represent the area that's around here through the center part, and we're honored to have you and the other individuals here today. We have 90 minutes for our board approval interview today. You'll have 3 minutes to provide an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematic-based questions, general leadership, which includes board to superintendent relationship, academic excellence, exceptional workforce, community connection, operational sustainability, based on our strategic plan. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared with 4 to 5 questions. The number of questions each gets to will depend on the length of your responses. You will have time at the end for concluding thoughts or questions for us. I will tell you this, we normally sit down at your level because we hate this like overarching, like we're on top up here. But the way that the camera systems work and everything else, they thought that this was more appropriate. So I apologize about, you know what I mean, us not. We are a familiar board with everybody that comes here, and we appreciate your time. So with that, Ms. Wright, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm up first.
Oh, wait, we have to give him the introductory statement time.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I apologize. You have your time to give an introductory statement.
Thank you so much, Board Chair Susan. I'm honored to be here. So I'm just grateful to be considered to be the next superintendent of
Is mic working?
A little bit about me. My name is Scott Schneider.
Can we just pause just a second?
Yeah,
I'm not sure
the
that your
mic's not working.
microphone is working, and we want to hear you.
We can hear you, but I don't know if it's being recorded.
Let's check it and try it.
All right. So thank you again to Board Chair and the board members for having me here. I'm honored to be here. It's an exciting time for myself, but also my family. So I do want to introduce my lovely wife that's here with me over here, Ginger Schneider. She's also an educator. She's been an educator for 21 years, and I've been an educator for 23 years. And I'm grateful to have someone that keeps me grounded all the time. At any given time that it seems as if I forgot what it's like to be in the classroom, she reminds me. I have 2 amazing children, Grant and Sterling, and Grant's 16, or about to be 16. I just go ahead and say he's 16, going on 25. But My daughter is 13. They're obviously both school age, so we're anxious to make sure that wherever our children continue to go to school, that it's the best school district possible. A little bit about my background is I started out as a teacher, actually a special education teacher in middle school. And then I actually met my wife there, and she decided to go to elementary school, and I decided to go to high school, and it was probably the best decision for both of us. I was fortunate enough to go through the ranks from teacher to assistant principal, and then I was principal for 8 years at 2 different high-needs high schools. Both of those high schools had historic success with grad rate and also academic excellence, and so I'm very proud of what we were able to do at those 2 schools. I was then asked to be region superintendent, which I went from being in charge of approximately 1,800 students to 34,000 students as region superintendent of alternative schools and high schools. During that time, we had the historic highs for graduation rates in my current district, and I'm very proud of what we're able to do. And then also, the high school region has not had less than a C school in quite a few years. So it's been very beneficial to the district as a whole, but also our community. And when we talk about workforce readiness, it's a key element for that, for our community as well. Now to my current position, I've been a chief of schools in my current district for 2 years, which means that now I get to make sure that the academic excellence for all children and the safety of all children, which is approximately 125,000 students in our district, and then also the support and retention of 13,000 employees. That is my sole job at this point in time. There's a lot of other things that come along with that as being chief of schools. Anything that goes along with schools, the good, the bad, the ugly, and sometimes one can outweigh the other, but that falls on me. And so I'm excited for what I'm able to do. I truly enjoy what I do every day. We've had some success on the heels of pandemic, as we all have went through. We actually had all of our SI schools, or school improvement schools, all of them made a C grade or higher. And so this is the first time as a historic achievement in our district that we have no SI schools at this point in time. And so we continue to want to move forward. A couple things about me is that first, the 3 things that I want everyone to walk away with knowing about me is that first and foremost, I will not talk as much in academic excellence or curriculum specifically, because I think that the only way you truly have academic excellence is actually outside of curriculum and things. It is actually the teachers in the classroom. So it's recruiting and retaining teachers is first and foremost for me. And then building a foundation of trust. And that foundation of trust has to be with you as the board, but also all stakeholders. Without a foundation of trust, it's almost impossible to move initiatives forward. And then 2-way communication. I'm an advocate for 2-way communication and open dialogue between all stakeholders. We can't operate in a silo. I believe we must have all stakeholders included, including our parents and our students for sure. Our parents need to know what education their children are being provided and know that Brevard Public Schools is providing them the best education possible, and that's why they should stay with us and not go to other competition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that.
All right,
Ms.
I'm
Wright,
up first.
you're
Well,
on the
thank you
fire
so
and
much.
pivot.
We're excited that you're here and being able to watch your video response. I will say that was very informative. It was nice to get a feel for who you were and hear how you genuinely and authentically responded to questions. I appreciate that. So we have prepared questions that we're going to ask you, and I'm going to go first. I am up first. So my first question for you is, what do you think the most important part of a superintendent's job is and why?
Hey, you didn't start the clock.
Well, I think first and foremost, the board is crucial by determining the what the district should do, and as a superintendent, it's my job to determine the how. And throughout that process of determining the how, it's really making sure that if time allows, depending upon the situation, that we include all stakeholders. Again, we cannot work in a silo. We must include those stakeholders in order to get buy-in. And so as a superintendent, I must make sure that I bridge that gap. How are we going to actually get the work done? But then once we decide how, it's the who. We have to decide who's going to be able to do this work and make sure that we, again, get the best people possible to do the work inside of our schools and make sure that we are transparent throughout that process. We set expectations throughout that process. We set ways to monitor the results Without monitoring, we cannot judge whether something was successful or not. In addition to that, there is going to be a time where I think that as an educational specialist, I would like to see myself that it is my duty to also speak to things in initiatives that I foresee that would benefit not only our community but obviously our school district. But ultimately, it's my job to implement the work and the choices of what the board sets forth, and to make sure I determine the how and the who.
Thank you. All right, so based on your knowledge of our system, what do you believe should be the top 2 priorities of our school system?
Again, I would say, again, referring to academic excellence, I am very familiar with Brevard Public Schools data and what that data says for when elementary schools and looking at the discrepancies between students with disabilities and African American students. There's discrepancies, especially in the elementary area. But I'm not going to harp on that, because I'm going to go back to what I originally said, and that is making sure that we recruit and retain the best teachers. That, to me, is the only way we can actually move academic excellence. We have to make sure we have the best teachers in the classrooms.
Thank you.
The other piece to that, though, is that I also know that safety and security of our employees is crucial. I'm abreast of some of the research and some of the reports that have come out from Brevard Public Schools, and I echo that our employees must feel safe. But that goes, to me, that ties into the recruitment and the retention of those teachers. So I don't want to overlook how important that is, but I think that we have to make sure we address that by revisiting the code of conduct, ensuring that the monitoring and implementation of said consequences is in place, but also proactive measures. But that goes hand in hand with that retention piece. So I think that's first and foremost, that's priority. I know that sounds like a large priority, but that is the priority altogether in one nutshell for number 1 priority. The second priority, again, is trust. I think that I have to build relationships with you as the board, but also with the community. Transparency is key. We have to have everybody on board. We have to have the buy-in of our parents and our students and all of our stakeholders, because any initiative that we want to move forth, again, it has to take the buy-in of all parents. We need our parents to start with early education. The first teacher of any child is their parents. So we have to make sure that we are transparent with our stakeholders, including our parents, and share our expectations, and then also bring them in. And if we have to go out to them, then that's fine too. We have to be accessible to go out to the community to make sure that we get the buy-in from all stakeholders to help them feel as if they're a part of what we're doing in this great district.
Thank you. How would you ensure board members have the information they need before being asked to make a vote on an issue of concern?
I think that's where that relationship comes into play. As the superintendent, I must have that relationship with the board, that at any point in time that board members are concerned, have a concern, or want more data, that is my job to provide it. Also, if there was an initiative that I was looking to try to move forward, I would obviously, through board workshops or however else we felt the need to share that information up front. I would never want to have any board member to be surprised and to get that information after anyone else. The board should get that information first, and we should be able to have candid conversations about the pros and the cons of moving that work forward.
Thank you. And describe what you would believe to be the ideal working relationship with the school board. And when you have an adversarial situation with a board member, how would you resolve that?
I think that goes back to building those relationships. Again, my respect for what you do as an elected board, to know that you are representing constituents, and to know that we do have a common goal of student outcomes. But my respect and honor of what positions you're in regards to your areas that you represent, I think that's crucial in building those relationships. I think at that point in time as well, that I need to be responsive to needs that you bring forth to me. So overall, that's anything that comes forth after that. I think that as long as we have the relationships to be candid with one another and to have those conversations prior to addressing an issue in isolation, I think that's crucial. We must be as united as possible. I know that sometimes we're not going to be always on the same page, but I think if we can respect where each person comes from, so that consistency and transparency, I think is crucial for how we move anything forth, and respect for where each one of us comes from. Again, highly respect that the board decides upon the what, and it's my job to decide upon the how. And if we disagree on something, then I think that our relationships should be strong enough to have those open conversations.
Thank you. What are the first 3 things that you're going to do if you're hired as our superintendent?
So I have an entry plan that I plan on sharing tomorrow with each of you when we have our one-on-one time, and it does lay out the things that I think I would like to do, or I know I would like to do as next superintendent of Brevard Public Schools. And first and foremost, it's going on a listening tour. I need to listen first. I do believe in the support first, evaluate second mentality, which in this situation would be listen first, act second mentality. So I needed to listen to our stakeholders. So that's first and foremost. I need to then go out to the community. I need to be accessible. And so when I say I go on a listening tour, it's not just a listening tour inside this internal area, but it's also externally. I need to go out and speak to the community, ask them, and I have a set of questions that all stakeholders will be asked the same question, so this way it's consistency. Then once we get that information, then at that point in time, we would go into the discovery phase, diving into board policies, looking at are there some things that we recommend, or as a board and superintendent relationship that we should readdress. But that discovery process would be every type of systemic approach that we have, our processes that we have in the district, and to see what we believe is working and not working. And that goes hand in hand with the listening tour, but this would go more in depth to actually the discovery process. Then after that point, then we move into involving stakeholders before we act. I want to make that clear that this again, I don't believe that we should isolate in a silo. That is not my job as a superintendent. As a superintendent, I think we should include all of our 8,000 employees, and we have 74,000 students with parents and guardians that should also be included in our next steps. So listen first and foremost, then the discovery process, and then include stakeholders to then develop how we're going to act.
Okay, and I have 2 more questions that are not on the script, but I'm going to go ahead and ask them. What's your favorite football team?
College or pro?
Ooh, let's go college.
Gators.
Okay.
Go Gators.
All right. And,
Was that on the list of questions we were not supposed
it's
to
not,
ask?
No.
I
no.
should have said whatever one y'all
You're
saw
like,
it is.
"Oh."
I don't know.
I'm impartial. No, I know a lot of times we're up here and it feels a little robotic and we're asking these questions. And so, just as you as a person asking a question. And then the other question I have for you is the importance of the relationship that the superintendent has between the school union, or the teacher union, sorry, not the school union. What do you feel that role is for you as a superintendent?
I think it's crucial. That's actually laid out in my plan as well, to make sure that we have that relationship. Our union represents a great deal of employees, and so we cannot exclude. We must include their thoughts and ideas. So it's absolutely instrumental, especially when you get into contract negotiations and any labor union negotiations. It's crucial to have that relationship on the front end. They need to know what my intentions truly are and where my passion and heart is, and then we can work through the rest.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your answers.
Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jenkins. Yeah, I got it.
All right. So I have academic excellence, which we kind of touched on a little bit, so I'm going to go a little deeper. Currently, there's a significant achievement gap for minority students and students with disabilities when compared to white and non-disabled peers. What specific steps would you take to ensure academic success is distributed equitably across our district?
Thank you for the question. So I will reiterate, I think it's so important for academic excellence that we have the same excellent teachers regardless of what school setting that they're in. We must first and foremost retain those amazing teachers, but also we need to have professional development. If there's something more that needs to be done, and we feel like our teachers perhaps are not equipped to do the work, we must look at what professional development can be done. But before we just act on that, we need to see what's truly happening. Again, that would be something that I would want to do is see what's happening in our schools. Are we utilizing our professional learning community time, adequately, and then what curriculum do we have in place that actually addresses those things, I think is crucial before I say the next thing, which is actually look at tier 1 and tier 2 interventions. One thing in my district that I've implemented is ensuring that tier 1 interventions are embedded in curriculum as we first present the curriculum, not at a later date, which sounds simple, but actually sometimes it's a little bit more difficult to actually implement, but to ensure that teachers understand the importance. And then how we move from tier 1 interventions to tier 2 interventions, because when you're talking about students that have a significant deficit or learning gap, those tier 2 interventions are instrumental. And then tier 3, if needed, what does that look like for our schools? What does that look like for our teachers? Do we have the personnel at our schools that can actually deliver tier 3 interventions? As we know, tier 3 interventions is the most aggressive intervention that we could possibly implement. And so we would need the help of additional personnel as needed. So that would be my plan to address that. But again, I go back to making sure first and foremost that we don't have vacancies. I know that in Brevard that there's been approximately 80% turnover or 80% more vacancies, I should say, 80% more vacancies now than what was just a few years ago. And so that's concerning. So we have to address the vacancies. So this way we have certified professional teachers in front of every single student in every classroom across the district.
Thank you. Detail what you've done in the past and what you would do to facilitate an increase in third grade reading proficiency rates.
Yes. So again, first, I won't continue to say it, I promise. But best teachers inside of those classrooms. I think before, the mindset of elementary schools, was that we kind of in the past looked at high schools and try to address that. But now I think everyone realizes the importance of early literacy. And so I would say to change third grade data in academic excellence, we must first look at pre-K information. We must bring in our parents and make sure our parents do know that they are the first teachers of their children, and give them and try to make sure they have the resources. So through parent development courses inside of our district, to provide that to them. Provide them resources, books for all children that can actually help at their level. And if our parents need educational assistance, then we can step in and assist for that as well. That's first and foremost. Then ensure that our K-2 teachers are still as excellent as any other teacher. And what I mean by that is that in the past, we haven't focused in that area as much. Well, now we have best standards that goes to that K-2 area, and that accountability is there. But we can't just start with accountability. We have to start with preparing our teachers first and foremost. So to have the best third grade data, we must look at our previous grades as well. We must also have, robust curriculum. I think that's the other piece that's crucial, and not only have robust curriculum that deals with what has been laid out now with best standards and with fast assessments, but not just teaching to the test. We have to make sure that we're starting from where our children are, meet them in the middle, and then move forward. I won't say a specific curriculum because I think there's so many different curriculums that are out there, so many different textbooks that are out there that I think, yes, they're important. But again, it's about how we address early learning literacy and how we move that forth, and then have the best teachers in front of those students. And I cannot miss the parents, because we have to have that partnership with parents, and we have to be transparent and show that our parents, here's the expectation for your child. Here's what your child is expected to do by the end of third grade. Help us get there. How can you help us get there? And let's partner together to do it.
Thank you. What do you feel is the single most important piece of data that will drive our district forward?
Vacancies. I hate to say that, but I do believe that sincerely. It's vacancies. You can have the best intentioned substitute inside that classroom, but again, that's not going to deliver the same quality of instruction. So that's the single most thing.
Sorry. The light went on and off there. Describe a situation where you were clearly instrumental in facilitating a change in the way career and college readiness was approached in your district. How was the change meaningful and/or successful? And what measures were used to determine the success of the change initiative?
So I was involved in making sure that we have a school choice program, but to make sure that it's more than just accelerated academic programs. We have now shifted our thought process for career and technical education, ensuring that all high schools have some form of either a direct program or a direct line to credentials. One thing that I do want I said it in my video and I'll say it again, I think we definitely have to utilize the Florida Ready to Work program. I think this is crucial. We know that approximately 90% of Florida employers are looking to hire individuals. But out of those, they feel like 80 some odd percent of people they want to hire don't have the employability skills. And so what we've done in my current district is ensure that we're starting to, actually, we've moved forth on the Florida Ready to Work credentialing, but we've also expounded upon how many career and technical education programs we have at every school, and to ensure that they can get credentials and then be much more marketable and for our community. The actual numbers we've increased we'll speak to high schools. Our high schools now, again, all of our high schools, so 100% of our high schools have some form of career technical education path. Whether they actually have a specific program or not, they have a path. So whether that's digital design, whether that's ServSafe through culinary, there's all those other paths that we made sure we put forth in front of them. But we realize that's not enough. We have to start in the middle school. So now we have just started to really become strategic in how we do vertical alignment and feeder patterns with those same programs, all the way down to our elementary schools that we're looking at dual language programs as well. So it can't just be at the high school level, it must be at the middle and then the elementary level. So I've been instrumental in pushing that agenda forth, ensuring that our students know what that means to them. And then also our parents. Our parents have to know the investment that as a district that we're putting into their children, because those career and technical education programs and courses, it's a financial commitment to their child, and what that means for their future. I think we also have to be proactive and make sure our parents know that, because when they start thinking about going to a competitor, they need to realize, oh, I can't get these same options at any other school inside of the broader community of Brevard.
Got time. Did you want to follow up with the part about the measures of success?
I have one more.
Oh, you still have one?
Yeah, I have one more. How much time do I have left?
You've got 6 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. Thank you. Based on what you know about our school system, what do you think is the greatest potential for improvement, and what are our greatest opportunities?
Thinking, building upon already, Brevard has a robust career technical education system. All your secondary schools have career CTE courses in those schools. I think what we can do is make sure that we align them, not just 7th through 12th, but actually start going earlier on 6th grades, and then continue to work down even into elementary. And again, what that looks like at elementary schools, of course, would be a little bit different, but just getting kids excited about perhaps different paths. So career technical education, where we can go with that, and then also the business partners, and making sure that we bring ourselves to those campuses as much as possible. That's one thing that I absolutely want to do. I want to meet with those business partners. Who doesn't want to meet with Blue Origin and Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman? I mean, we have so many other places, and and that excitement that we can bring to our children and to being able to take a course on their work campus, if allowable. That would be my goal. I know that's a lofty goal. We'd have to have that buy-in from them, but what that looks like can evolve over time. Maybe initially we can bring them to us, and then have our children realize what the potential is in their own community, right here, where they live every day, where they wake up, the personnel that look like them, that walk the same streets that they do, that went to the same schools, or now have moved here and go to and live in the same neighborhoods, that they have access to them to help them see where their future could lead. It's all about building hope for our children. So I think that CTE courses absolutely brings hope to our children that might not have normally had hope because college was not an interest of theirs. I think that also we have room for growth in reference to how we support our employees. And not saying that there's not some amazing things happening, but I think we have to build upon giving all of our employees a voice so they feel value and heard. There's tons of research, and I'm not going to bore you with all the research, but one of the things that whether it's John Hattie or many additional universities across the country have done is talked about the key pieces to, again, academic excellence goes back to the teachers, but then it also talks about how do we support teachers. We think naturally that it's the financial piece that makes teachers not want to stay in this profession, and actually it's teachers not feeling valued. And so we have to do a job, we can do a better job. Every district can do a better job. It's not Brevard in isolation by any means, but it's how can we do a better job in making sure our teachers feel valued, invested in, and then continue to go through. I know there's some great programs already that identifies teachers that want to go and to the next level, and identifying them and making sure they're successful through that program. I think we can expound upon that. And then I think those that still want us to remain teachers, we need great teachers to remain great teachers, to make sure that they still, as a teacher, feels valued and knows their worth.
Do you have any follow-up, Ms. Jenkins?
No, I want to keep, I only have the 5, so I want to keep it consistent between every candidate. But thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah. Ms. Campbell wants me to ask you what your favorite ice cream flavor is. Just keep the ice breaking throughout the process.
Well, with that last answer I gave, Board Chair Susan put his pen down. I don't think he's a Gator fan. So I whatever Board Chair Susan likes, maybe I should say that this time.
No.
You can say that for every single one of those icebreakers.
My daughter ended up, I'm a longtime Seminole. My daughter, 2 years ago, ended up going to the Gators, I think specifically because I was a Seminole. So it's just a long-running thing with me, man. But
Divided
they're an
loyalties.
amazing school, and I'm very proud of them. Anybody in the state of Florida, we should always promote. So
Yes.
I do that for fun. It's a whole thing we've been doing around here for a while. So thank you for noticing. That was
My
fun.
wife is a Florida State alum, so
There we
if
go.
that helps counter anything, we'll,
Anyways, thank you so much. I was focused around exceptional workforce. You'll notice that the majority of this board were all part of the Brevard Public School system, whether we were teachers or something else. And I think that we care both inside and out, both as parents, which we all are, and then we have that piece. So like when you're speaking to us, we have firsthand knowledge inside of that classroom. So thank you so much for your emphasis so far on the teacher. It means a lot to me at least, and I know it does to them. My first question is, what is your immediate plan for teacher, substitute, and bus driver recruitment? And I know you have something tomorrow to show to us, but if you have some sort of ideas that you guys do there or something, because I think the public is wanting to know around that, because that is arguably one of our top issues.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Well, for one, we know that human capital is the top commodity for whether it's a school district or any other business across this country right now. And so we have to be able to showcase what we do uniquely compared to any other business in this community, but also in the state of Florida, in my opinion. And so I think that goes back to developing a plan that shows that our personnel will have a voice and be valued. And what that looks like can evolve. And so I don't want to speak on specifics, but I think the first and foremost, we need to have those bus drivers and come in and let's talk to them. What can we do to make your job more enjoyable? And then the same thing with our teachers and with those vacancies. We have to make sure that they feel valued. No one does this work because they're going to be rich tomorrow. And so I think that's first and foremost, to listen to them. What are their desires? When reading the reports, it sounds like safety and security for actually all of them is extremely important. So what does that look like for each one? I think we need to lay it out where it's so specific that what does it look like? What does it sound like? What does it feel like, et cetera, to be able to then say, okay, to make sure that they know we've listened to their concerns and that we are going to immediately and aggressively address those concerns first and foremost. And then, obviously negotiations and discussions with the unions, I think that's extremely important because they have, firsthand knowledge as well as what their employees are feeling and what they need. So that's where I would start. And then also what other initiatives we can move forth on in the future. So I'm sure that salaries and compensation and things like that might be, something that they would want to look at. I would need I'm not privy to the budget at this point in time and see if that's an option, but I think we need to put all things on the table and make sure that they know we legitimately are putting all things on the table and be vulnerable enough to accept what their feedback is and to take it and to also then have them have a say in what our next steps are and what our actions would be.
Thank you. Thanks for that. How do you make sure professional development programs, initiatives have impacted the knowledge, skills, and practices of educators? What metrics?
So in my current role, we realized that what we put in place was not working, and what that was is our walkthrough monitoring tool. We realized it wasn't working, and the way we realized it is because we actually listened to our teachers and our principals that said, what you're coming in to measure only holds teachers accountable. It doesn't look at the full body of work. And so I took that information and we redeveloped a walkthrough tool there's 3 sections. The first section is the only section that actually focuses on what the teachers are doing, or some would argue are not doing. And then the rest of it is about student outcomes. So I think that same approach would apply to whether professional development is working or not. We cannot just focus on what the teacher is or isn't doing. It's about, are we getting the results all the way through to our children? Because all professional development, in my opinion, should have a direct impact on student learning. So my challenge would be to see what walkthrough tool we have to monitor the professional development that's been put in place. I think it's crucial, though, that we don't have a million different initiatives in reference to professional development. I think we need to streamline it to make sure, again, we have 3 elements in my current district. I think that's extremely important, that we have professional development that's centered around our initiatives and our priorities of the district, and that's what we monitor and that's what we focus on, because we want to make sure that we're supporting our teachers. Teachers feel as if they're being, and I'll speak to my current district, teachers had felt as if they were being pulled in many different directions. And so when someone came in to monitor what they were doing, what they were being monitored on was not what the professional development they received, because every department was presenting their own different types of professional development, and we were not aligned. So I think alignment is crucial, and then developing one true walkthrough tool that measures what our initiatives are and that aligns with the true professional development that we're giving from our district.
That's awesome, thank you. Next question is, what will any teachers, organization/union that you have worked with tell us about you? What would your staff organizations, what would they tell us if we went up to Duval and said, hey, what's this guy about? What would that be?
I have a great relationship with Ms. Brady. That's our DTU president in Duval, and I think she would tell you that we don't always agree. But we work hard to make sure we come to a compromise that still benefits not only our employees, but also our students. I feel confident in my ability to work with people that have all different beliefs and different perspectives. I think that's evident in my letters of recommendation. I have 3 board members' recommendations, but those 3 board members are uniquely different in many ways. But I think that speaks to my ability to work with all. Again, it's about building relationships and making sure people know your heart, your intention, and your passion, and then being willing to be vulnerable enough to hear them when they tell you that certain things are not working. Not just listen to them, but actually listen and hear what they're saying. So I do believe that the union members and then also the president would say that I am fair and I also am consistent, but willing to compromise and be vulnerable enough to listen.
Thank you for that. Next question is, what has your district done to develop and maintain a collaborative relationship with employees? Includes issues of morale, communications, and team building. Describe your role in this.
So we do have the 5 Essentials survey that's from the University of Chicago that we put out every year that gives our employees the opportunity to give anonymous feedback. My role in this is to ensure that we have percentages that are needed to actually get a report, because you have to hit, it's all different depending upon parent input or teachers input and what levels that we need. It's different to get a report from each area. But that's my role. But in addition to that role of just getting it done is actually then reviewing the data, because it can't just be that we're giving people a survey to take and then when we get the results back, we just move on. There's no point of doing that survey. There's no point of spending that money because everything's costly and takes away monies from schools. So what I see by that actual survey, it does tell us key crucial things. Do I feel safe in my school? Do I feel valued in my school? And do I feel like I am being invested in, et cetera? So there's a lot of pieces that we can take from that 5 essential survey, and based upon that feedback, then we must review that feedback. And then also in my current role is I task my principals to make sure that they review that data, and then they have an overall synopsis summary that's given to their faculty and staff, because the faculty and staff needs to know, again, that their voice was heard and that what are we going to do to address it. They can go through their shared governance team to address it, but the overall summary has to be shared with their entire faculty and staff to, again, share it. And it also forces our administrators to be vulnerable and, again, listen. I mean, we have and hear what their community's saying, because sometimes it's easy for us to discount what the community's saying and, oh, well, I'm doing this. But when you see it in black and white and you continue to see that you have not, continued to grow in certain areas, then there's no person to look at but yourself. I've always been told that the world can't be wrong and you be right. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's something that we talk about. Now, with that being said, we're there, the region superintendents, myself are there to go assist that principal with some of their areas of weakness and areas that need to grow. And then we also celebrate those areas of success as well. And we do a share out with all schools to be able to say, well, I had this great rating in this area, so what are you doing to make your employees feel this way in this area so we can have that collaborative work.
Thank you for that. Next question, just so you guys know, I'm going to change it up just a little bit, but I'll keep it consistent because it's just long and you know what I mean. Basically, our school district tries to utilize technology in as many places as possible. And one of the problems we always have is as soon as you upgrade technology, there's always the learning curve and everything else, right? Which is a massive problem for us in that we want to move to one thing, but we find it difficult and stuff like that. So describe a time when you may have led in the implementation of a new technology in your district. What challenges and obstacles did you encounter? What was the success of that technology, and is it measurable?
So I'll say the biggest positive impact in technology that we've done in our school district, well, I'll tell you two, if you don't mind. First and foremost, we went one-to-one in our district for high schools and middle schools, and we're almost 100% there in our elementary schools, which sounds amazing. But the other part that we had to realize that, sometimes when kids get home and they use those devices in not the best way, how are we addressing that? How are we monitoring that? So there had to be this curve of how we trained not only our teachers to be able to utilize technology in their classroom with our different virtual platforms, because that's hard to make sure that you can work that into your classroom setting. You're used to your regiment of, we go from math, we go to science, to social studies, et cetera, in elementary, but how am I going to incorporate these devices that sounds great that you gave them without it being a scheduled day class? Like today, we're gonna use our laptops. No, it has to be a fluid process. So we definitely had to make sure that we provide professional development, but more than just a curriculum, we had to go in and actually model for teachers how to use that device and how to utilize it during the classroom's setup. Then we also had to train our students to make sure they knew where to go and how to do it. So we went to a single sign-on, which is crucial because that allows us to monitor things. That's one side of that piece, which I would speak more, but I know we don't have that much time. So, and then the other side, though, I think from a district standpoint, we've went to a data analysis side of things and data assessment piece that actually includes our data dashboard. So in the past, as when I was a principal, we used to have to crunch numbers and figure out, we have this process that's called a 4-step process where we identify our students that have their weaknesses. Once we identify the students have the greatest weaknesses, we look at the, the areas that we need to focus on. We identify those students, and we have to utilize all different pieces of data, because it can't be one piece of data. And so we triangulate data, whether that's Achieve 3000 data, whether that's our progress monitoring data, whether that's past data, all those other elements. But it takes a lot of time to do it. Well, now in our district, we've created a dashboard that has all of that information. If you want to look at, I need 30% of my, 8th graders to be proficient in ELA. I know that's a low percentage, just an example. But at 30% to be proficient in ELA, how many students is that? I can literally hit a button and it'll give that to me. Not only will it give that to me, it'll give it to me in order of who is the closest to achieving that number. So that sounds great, all that data being at your fingertips, but if you don't train principals of how to utilize this data, then it means nothing. And then we realize that not only do we need to train principals, because when you train principals, that sounds great, but who does the work? It's the teachers. Who are the ones that are providing that intervention, the tier 2 interventions, tier 3 interventions that you're needed to address those concerns? It's the teachers. So now just this year, we finally have gotten to a place where we can roll that out to have much of that data at the fingertips of our teachers as well. So technology can be a great thing, but there are growing pains through that technology pieces. We're fortunate enough to continue to expand upon our broadband width and things along those lines, but how it's implemented in schools and how we provide that professional development is what I've been involved with.
It's pretty consistent with what we've seen in the implementations and everything else. Thank you so much for taking that time. I remember as a teacher, one of the funny things is that we had a couple of teachers that really didn't utilize their emails and stuff like that. So we had secretaries that would print their emails that were important and put it in their inboxes. So we've come very far when you go to that to see where we are today from those years past. So next one, I'm going to give it over to Board Member Campbell, please.
Are you familiar with that process of having to
Nope,
have your emails?
not at all.
Okay,
Actually, I was in
right.
charge of the technology team, so.
All right, good job, Mr. Susan. All right, well, my area, you might be able to tell that that we all picked, smoothly. I think Mr. Trent got the leftovers, but we were all passionate about the areas we were asking these questions, and I can absolutely say this about community connections. So, you want to start me, Mr. Susan, so I don't go
I'll
over?
wait until he starts.
All right. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or who have had negative experiences with education? And how would you help your staff to reach out to those families successfully and respectfully?
So it's accessibility, right? We have to make sure that we're going out to the community. So whether that's whatever housing developments and be part of that community, and even if 2 people show up the first time, we keep going back out and we make sure that we're bringing the information to the communities. We currently, I'm involved in developing, we have a chat with the superintendent and then also the board member that's assigned to that area, and we do it quarterly and in different regions of our district, and we market that and we make sure that we try to get as many people as possible, and we go to any and all schools that continue to say that they need some assistance and want to have their voices heard. So first and foremost, accessibility. We got to go out to the community. I think it's important for so many reasons. For one, again, as you spoke to, parents might not know what education that their children are being provided or not being provided or what their children need, but it's also to make sure that we can showcase what we are doing. I think that's extremely important right now when you talk about, Florida House Bill 1, that's extremely important to make sure that we are going out into all communities and showcasing what we're doing for all students, not just parts of town, not just parts of the community, but for all parts of the community. I think the other piece too is that, we need to include them in as many events. And sometimes that's hard because, we do know that some parents have had negative experiences with schools and never want to take step on that school campus again, and we understand that. So we have to appeal to faith-based organizations, things along those lines. Get into whatever. If we have to go to church on Sunday, then I'm gonna go to church on Sunday. If I have to go to 10 churches on Sunday, I'm gonna go to 10 churches on Sunday. Because at the end of the day, we have to go where our constituents feel comfortable, and that's really what it is. They're not gonna come to our schools if they don't feel comfortable because of negative experiences. So accessibility is crucial.
Thank you. What has been your experience or interaction with local business and community groups? What have you specifically done to ensure a positive working relationship with economic development groups, Chamber of Commerce groups, philanthropic groups?
So I have I'm in charge of faith-based organization partnerships. So we definitely have a large group of faith-based partners that we work with, and so much so that our goal is to have every single school attached to a faith-based partner. So in that regard, I'm very involved. In reference to partnerships, and I'm involved with developing partnerships with to address school needs. So whether that's a Haskell, that's a business inside of our community that has done internships that I've been a part of beyond school's walls with, and working with Boys and Girls Clubs to expand our after-day programs. That's also falls under my current position, and I think that's crucial. We actually have a partnership currently right now that's working on utilizing a vacant building that's on a campus or near a campus to turn that into a Boys and Girls Club. But then how does that benefit our school that's there and it's in a low socioeconomic part of town? So I'm very comfortable and accustomed to working through those sides of things. The other piece too is I also know that it's extremely important to include the Jacksonville Chamber of Commerce where I work, and then here in Brevard Chamber of Commerce, because when we talk about recruiting and retaining the best teachers and getting people to come, we have to showcase everything that this community offers. And so I keep saying Jacksonville, I apologize, but the Brevard Chamber of Commerce is crucial to make sure that we include them to be able to help us. What they put out is important. We have to take our show on the road, and we have to go to outside of this district to get the people to come, but we also have to go outside of our home of our school district as well to get those community partners. So I'm very accustomed to working with multiple different entities, not quite as much with the city council, but in every other side, I'm very accustomed to it and comfortable with it. And the key is, again, building relationships and making sure that we all have a common goal. And one thing I have learned is that you can't just go to a business partner and say, hey, I need your help. I have to go to them with a specific thing or item or initiative that I need their help with. So whether that's internships, which again I spoke to here, is being able to bring our show to the campuses of our amazing businesses. We have to go to them with our initiative and say, this is what our goal is, this is how you can help us, and are you willing to jump on board with us? And if not, is there something in between that we can start with?
Great, thank you. We have 4 chambers, by the way, not to be a stressful, but they all are nice. They play nice. So good segue actually into my next question, which has to do with elected officials. So how important is it, and what specific roles have you played personally in dealing with the legislature, the congressional delegation, the county and city officials, or any other agencies?
So I play a pretty significant role with any time there's an event at a school. We make sure that they're included. Because for one, if you're ever going to go to someone and ask for support later on, you must have them involved in things before then. It's kind of like in schools, before you call a parent and tell them how bad their kid is or what their kid's not doing, you should call them first and foremost to tell them how great their child is and some of the great work they've done. So it's the same thing with including our elected officials. We need to include them in every step of the way. The other piece too is that that we need to tap into the resources that they have that we might not be aware of. They have the knowledge to know when certain funds are coming and how that is going to be allocated to certain areas. So in my current district, I work closely with Kids Hope Alliance and make sure that also work closely with the mayor's council, because all of that is geared by his budget. And so how much funding is going to be there? How does that impact our after school programs? So it is crucial to involve our elected officials. Now there is a line, right? So they're specific to what they do as in their role, and we're specific to specialists in our role, which is in education. But it doesn't mean that we can't collaborate and work together, because their constituents are coming to them with real concerns, and we need to be open and vulnerable enough to hear what those concerns are and work together to solve it. So for instance, in our district, We've worked a great deal with many different council members to put in places for safety, such as crosswalks that we normally would have never had approved if it wasn't for their assistance. Also, if you're looking at, we also were fortunate enough to have a half-penny sales tax be supported by many council members and put on the ballot and passed by our voters, as well as another referendum just recently on the heels of that half-penny sales tax. So those elements, if you're looking at doing huge initiatives that impacts the entire community, we must involve our elected officials and work together for a common good.
Good. Thank you so much. All right, presenting information in a highly charged situation and to a variety of groups is a part of a superintendent's job. Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you dealt with the resulting situation.
When you're responsible for people's pride and joy and their most valuable possession, I say possession, but their most valuable item that they're charged to work with and ensure that are successful, you're bound to face, criticism, and it's something that I welcome, to be completely honest. I have been successful because of the teams I've been able to put together. I ensure that my team knows that I do not want you to agree with me just for the sake of agreeing with me. I need you to push back. That's the reason why I surround myself with professionals, and that they can poke holes in our initiative, our plans. And if I ever become defensive because of someone questioning my plan or questioning my initiative, then that means I shouldn't be moving forward on this because I must not know it as much as I should. If I can't explain it multiple ways, I hold myself to the same accountability as I hold teachers. If a teacher teaches information and a student doesn't learn, you can't just teach it the same way over and over and over again and expect different results. And so I face the same thing, and I hold myself to that same level of accountability. That if I can't explain it where everybody is on board and understands the purpose and the rationale, then that means we shouldn't be moving forward. I should be able to explain it multiple different ways and to different stakeholders, because again, every stakeholder has their reasons why they're doing what they're doing. So if I'm talking to a parent, I need to make sure that it applies to that parent. If I'm talking to a board member, I need to make sure that here's the reason why it applies to that board member, et cetera. So I welcome scrutiny and criticism. When I implemented the walkthrough tool, got a lot of criticism from personnel because they thought that it was just one more thing. But when we rolled it out and we were transparent about the process, and that actually we showed how it could benefit and actually remove some of the other information evaluation systems, then I think people were more willing to buy in. But it's not about words, it's about actions. You can say whatever you want to say, and unfortunately sometimes when you're in a high-ranking position, people don't always take your words at face value. And so it's your actions that speak louder than your words. And so you have to be consistent and transparent. So that's how I would deal with criticism. But I welcome it and I expect it. And to be honest with you, it shows that people are invested in our district and want the best for their children. I do. I can completely understand. I am highly critical of anyone that's teaching my children. Now, I don't voice that because I'm a teacher at heart, so I know, but I sit back and I watch what they're doing and ensure that my children are headed in the right direction. But I welcome that.
Thank you. All right, my last question is, what have you or your district done to respond to the use of drugs, alcohol, tobacco, vaping, et cetera, by students?
So I'll start with the vaping piece. It's new, right? And so it's a struggle because, vaping's not like it used to be. It's, it holds, if you haven't seen some of the new vaping devices, it would surprise you. Some things that look like everyday items are now vaping devices. And so, we have to evolve of how we're looking for things and how we're searching children, randomly searching children, or as we get words and things along those lines, how we're dealing with that. But first and foremost, we really have to educate our children, because people, especially with vaping, think that vaping is a safe alternative to smoking or use of tobacco and things. And we really have to do a better job in educating our children and educating our parents to educate their children. Our children model what their parents do and what they see people in the community do. And so I think it's important to get out to the community and to make sure that we speak to them. So that's one of the things that we're doing in our district. We do have assemblies to talk about, well-being and health care of themselves, and making sure that they understand those pieces. In addition to that, we have implemented evolved systems in our district, and those evolved weapons detection systems in our district. So it does help a little bit more with picking up devices that kids are walking through. So all of our, we're almost there. We have about 13 of our high schools now that have those evolved systems in place. And so it does help at the high school level. But we are seeing that the use is becoming much more widespread in our middle schools as well. That's vaping specific. We have to look at technology. So we actually have 2 pilot schools now that have vaping detection systems in their schools as well. So where we know that it's most common, which is in the bathrooms. So we have vaping detection systems there. And then we also have to have, again, we talk about see something, say something in reference to safety, but we also have to have that connection with our children, that if they see one of their friends that might be doing something that's dangerous to them, that they could say something to us so we can then address it, not in a punitive way, but in a proactive well-being way. For the additional drugs, et cetera, we kind of approach it the same way. I will tell you that our major, issue is vaping, though. It's actually not the use of other drugs. It's not, we had the opioid crisis and things along those lines, and we've seen that definitely taper down. But we do have a robust code of conduct that addresses what happens when we do have that violation. We have a substance abuse course that our students and their parent must attend with their student if they are in violation of that policy. And I do think that that's significant. It's a 6-week course. And unfortunately, or fortunately, you can look at it 2 different ways. When you inconvenience parents, sometimes that has to happen in order for them to take it serious, to be able to help their child. But that's been very beneficial in combating the use of additional drugs as well.
Thank you very much. In the remaining 56 seconds, what's your favorite animal?
A lion.
A lion.
All right.
Mr. Trent.
I am
Yeah.
writing everyone down.
No, the icebreaker.
Really? All right. Well, now we're at operational sustainability. So I know you've been waiting for this one, right? So
I can see how excited you are.
yeah, I am. This is good.
He got the leftovers.
This is actually what I wanted to begin with. So when we chose, all right, there. So I'll start with what is the most challenging operational issue in school districts today, and how do you approach this challenge?
I think in most school districts, it's the learning environment. So operationally, how do we make sure that we bring the best and most advanced learning environment to our schools? Some of our schools are considerably older, and it's just enough to continue to repair those buildings and to keep them in working condition. So how do we retrofit those schools to bring the learning environment up to where it should be, first and foremost? And then, of course, with that, where's that funding come from? So there's a lot of financial pieces that come along with that. But definitely the learning environment, and how can we bring that up to par to make sure that our teachers and our students have the most modern resources at their fingertips, so they're not at a disadvantage compared to other students in the state or in the country.
Very good. Which this one kind of leads into it. Share with us an example of when you were especially involved or innovative. Let's start this one over. Share with us an example of when you were especially innovative in addressing a funding gap. Now, there's some caveats here. The situation, your obstacles, the risk involved, and then the outcome.
So I'll use the technology piece, the one-to-one. That was our goal. We had in our strategic plan, we wanted to move forward to making sure all of our students had one-to-one devices. And again, they're considerably expensive because when you buy devices, I think sometimes the public has well, we can go to a Best Buy or to a place and buy a laptop. They're $200, but actually the laptops and devices that we're looking at are extremely more expensive than that, somewhere upwards about $3,000 because you're trying to get commercial grade, so you're not reinvesting, after all of them get broken and things dropped and the cases and all those things. So knowing we wanted to go to one-to-one, knowing the reasons why, that was the intent first in what we were trying to accomplish. The financial obstacles, became, just that, an obstacle, and we had to figure out a way to overcome that. So what we've done is we actually have, made sure we went after grants. So we worked with the company of Sprint to go after grants for funding for, the additional piece to it too. A device cannot be utilized unless you have Wi-Fi. So we went through them to get hotspots for our children. So there's things that we continue to uncover once we got those. We were looking at one-to-one devices. So we had that grant, and they were provided. It was a free grant that we went to. Then we also have another grant, because the other piece too is that not only do we want one-to-one devices in schools, but if we don't let those students take them home, or they take them home and don't bring them back, what are we going to do? So then we went after an additional grant that we got 45,000 units for our most low socioeconomic or disadvantaged students to have a laptop at home that they don't have to bring back and forth to school. So this way we didn't have to worry about our investment that they were having to be able to utilize at school. So we had 45,000 free units there, and we had approximately 10,000 free hotspots, and I think then we got an additional wave. So again, all that sounds great, but how you distribute it, how do you get it out to the individuals? So we had to walk through that process as well. So the most innovative thing that we've done is to provide those one-on-one devices. The obstacles, financial obstacles, we had to look at other funding sources. And yes, eventually when ESSER funds came around, that was great, that helped some, but we know that then we're on the ESSER cliff right now. But in addition to that, then how to make sure that we got those, but then provided the ability to use those at home, and provided the ability to use those inside the classroom. So that's the biggest initiative that I've been a part of in reference to technology. But then there's, again, not to continue to go down this path, but it's just kind of, if you can kind of keep it in your mind of what we did, it took us years to go through this, but do we have enough broadband width to do it? And then to expand that, what does that look like? Because broadband width, expanding that is extremely expensive. So the most recent initiative that we took is actually utilizing, I want to say the right terminology. I want to say it's dark fiber. We've now utilized dark fiber, and dark fiber is that has been laid in the past that's not utilized right now, but it's free to utilize it. And so we've actually tapped into that resources. So some of now we've continued to expound upon that, so we're not locked in to one provider that, those costs can be extremely expensive. So a lot of those things have come into play to overcome different obstacles that we uncovered along the way as well.
Great, I appreciate that. Describe your experience with strategic planning for a large organization.
Well, first and foremost, you have to look at data and to evaluate what your priorities are. But by doing that, you have to include stakeholders. So again, the relationship with the board and going to you as the governing party to talk about what is the what that you are looking to see is crucial and important. Then we must get the input from those around us. So I've looked at the strategic plan for here, and I think it's important to make sure that we continue to review it. And I noticed that y'all's has been reviewed and just updated. So it's important to look at a strategic plan often to see if you're on the right track. Is this still what the community needs? Is it still what our school needs? I would also challenge that instead of doing a 4 or 5 year strategic plan, that we have it's an 18-month strategic plan, because so much changes in a span of 4 or 5 years. And I think it's important. Yes, we do need to see the future. We do need to plan for the future. But I truly believe that an 18-month plan is not only more realistic to actually accomplish, but it also has you continue to focus on the immediate present and the immediate future. So with that all being said, I think it's important to make sure that all stakeholders have a voice and that we are not leaving anything out. And then once we narrow those items down to what those 4 or 5 elements are going to be, that they also have a say in what does that look like, how we're gonna monitor it, and then what does success look like? I think oftentimes, and I'll speak in my current situation, we do not identify what success looks like. We don't agree on what success looks like. And so then we get to a strategic plan and we have this percentage in there. And yes, we might have met that percentage, but does it mirror what we thought that it was going to truly look like? And so one small example of that is one of the pieces in our strategic plan was, our PBIS schools, and make sure that we had model schools in our district. And so, the positive behavior situation in model schools. And so one of the things that we had was like a 60% goal. And that sounds great, 60%, we're gonna get to 60%. But the reality was within 2 years, we were over that 60% because we started figuring out how to meet the needs, the credentials of becoming a model school. So did that success of meeting that 60% goal, did it actually look like we intended it to? No, it didn't, because we didn't have a drop in discipline data. We didn't have increased in student engagement. We didn't, our early warning systems were still showing us that we were still having kids not attending school. So that's what I mean by having a clear area that what does success look like. It needs to be included in that strategic plan as well.
Nice, thank you. How do you ensure climate assessment results are used in school improvement planning across the district?
So that part, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Climate assessment results, surveys.
So I'll go back to our 5 essentials. I think it's absolutely instrumental. We do review that with our principals. We make sure that, especially, there's actually a climate and culture piece in there. And we talk about that with our principals, and they have to actually embed that into their school improvement plans. So that's crucial. Every school has to submit a school improvement plan as far as for the state, so that has to be a part of their plan, and then what they're doing to ensure and monitor that that's happening. There's outside things that we measure, obviously, as well, that are such as vacancies of teachers leaving that school, and so those are other elements that we definitely look at through our human resources department. Are we having a large number of students, or students and teachers, to be honest, leaving that school in that area? So we look at that data, and then we also then make sure that it's part of the school improvement plan, and then we work with obviously the school advisory council that make sure they monitor the school improvement plan to ensure that things are happening in that building. But culture and climate is felt, and so we also have to be out in schools. It's as a superintendent and everyone that works for the district must have the mentality that what we do is all for one goal, and that's for what we're doing school-based. That's really where the rubber hits the road. So we have to be inside those schools to feel what culture and climate is in that building, and I think that cannot be left out.
Great. And to the last question. How would you ensure that schools located in under-resourced areas receive the attention and the resources they need?
So I think first and foremost, we have to identify what they are. What are the weaknesses or the gaps that those schools have. Money is not the end-all be-all. That's not the magic bullet. It is, what other things do they need? So I'll use an example in my current district. We developed a curriculum, and we do believe that curriculum is amazing curriculum. We use educators and specialized and people in our profession to create the curriculum, to embed all the theory, to do all these things. And so we put it out there. It's the best thing since sliced bread, in our opinion. And so we put it out there, and then come to find out, though, we didn't get the autonomy for schools to be able to do different things based upon the learning gaps that their children had. We literally rolled it out as a one-size-fits-all, and come to find out, obviously, very quickly, which is actually where my world is, that we go out. So academic services develops the curriculum. We have input in that, of course, but then our job is to go out to schools and see how is that curriculum impacting learning and academic excellence. And we realize, oh my goodness, in some schools it's working extremely well, and in other schools it's not. And it's not it's not because the schools weren't doing what they were asked, it's because their students had larger learning gaps, and so we had to adjust that. So that's part of that. We have to make sure that we know first and foremost where that adjustment needs to happen. So of course, we then gave the autonomy for those schools to come to their principal, the teachers, to come to their principals and say, this isn't working, my children don't know this, so they can't jump to this. I have to meet my children where they are, and so we have to have that autonomy to be able to do so. And so that's the reason why we were able to move those SI schools, those school improvement schools, to the levels of success that they were, because we realized a flaw in our process. So going back to your question, I think that's what we have to do. We have to make sure we talk to the principals and the teachers of that building. We cannot assume we know what they need. We also have to talk to the students and the parents of that building, because they will tell us honestly what they need. They will tell us when their child is not getting what they believe their child needs, or when they struggle at home for 2 hours at night because they can't do the work. So I think that we have to first start there, ask them the questions, and then realize what resources we're looking at. And then if we have business partners, whether it's, in our district, we have communities and schools, we have many other business partners, we have Elevate, we have other business partners that actually the funding didn't have to come from our district, it was coming from the community partners, where they put additional teachers inside the classroom or additional personnel to be able to have small groups inside the classroom to offset the class sizes, because that's what they needed. So it can be as simple as that, or it can be as large as, yes, we do need to provide more funding to make sure they have the same technology as every other school, just as a couple of examples.
Great. I just want to thank you for your candid answers and honesty there. So that was it for me.
You don't have an icebreaker?
Oh, you don't have an icebreaker?
Geez, you used them all. What do you do in your spare time?
I like to spend. I'm my wife's back there, so I got to tell the honest answer. I love to go to the gym, but I also love to spend time with the family for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Is there anything additional information you want to share with the board members about yourself?
I think just to know that my passion for education has been, since I was young, been in this profession now for over 23 years, and that I know it's not just my work that is important. It's everyone coming together for one common cause. I'm a servant leader. I believe that is my duty, is that I'm supposed to serve those around me, and not only for the benefit of the community, but I also will be selfish and say that it's for the benefit of my own children. So that's it, just my passion, and this is what I was born to do, and I'm grateful for every day I get to do it.
Do you have any questions for the board members?
What is your favorite football team, board chair, Susan?
So it's kind of weird. So it's the Florida State Seminoles because for college, and then my family's from Detroit. So I'm a Detroit Lion fan, which is a good time right now. So, they're up and coming. So everything else except for college is up there. But no, I really appreciate it. Does anybody else have anything for him?
No.
You guys good? I wanted to say thank you to Ms. Schneider. Thank you so much for coming. I truly believe that there's a connection between you, and I know that you are the smarter in the family because you did graduate from Florida State University.
Absolutely.
But I also can see that connection, and that's grounding. And you come from an educational background, and that means a lot. So I did want to say thank you for that. Thank you for all your time. Did you have anything else you wanted to finish up with before we head out?
Just grateful for the opportunity. Thank y'all so much.
Hey, thank you so much, Mr. Schneider. Yeah, you want to take a second and break real
Yep.
quick?
Oh, yeah.
You guys okay with that? All right, take a break. Yeah, I've been watching it. We were ahead on the 15 minutes, so
Yeah, we actually had till
we'll take a break.
10:30, right?
but the next one doesn't start until 10:50.
Welcome back. We are here at the April 27th special board meeting. We're now back in order. We've already adopted the agenda. This meeting is for board members to conduct interviews. We are on to Mr. Rendell. Welcome, Mr. Rendell. I'd like to give a chance for my board members to say anything if you would like. Ms.
Well, I
Campbell?
think you know us, so but I'll just say, Katie Campbell, represent District 5. I'm very glad for all the input, the work that you've had to do, as well as our other candidates to go through this process, so thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Rendell. It's good to see you again. And of course, you knew me before this experience as well, so it's wonderful to see you again.
Thank you.
Good morning. We are so glad that you're here. Thank you for participating. Obviously, you know I'm Megan Wright. I represent District 1 of the school district here.
All right, and good morning, Dr. Rendell. Thank you for being a part of this process, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Just so everybody understands, we also have our amazing assistant, Ms. Tammy Aguirre over there, whose birthday was yesterday at the same time as the birthday girl right next to me over here. We also have Janice Kershaw. Thank you for the amazing opportunities and things you give to our students through the Brevard Schools Foundation. And we have Mr. Russell Brune, who is working all the communications for us. So I want to say thank you to everybody inside the room, along with the people who have come. We are reviewing the process, and we have 90 minutes for our board to interview today. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Rendell, to provide an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions: general leadership, which includes board superintendent relationship, academic excellence, exceptional workforce, community connection, operational sustainability, based on our strategic plan. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and prepared with 4 to 5 questions. The number of questions which each gets to will depend on the length of your responses. I've got a time up here. I'll start it when you start speaking, not when the board members do, because they like to pontificate. You will have time at the end for concluding your thoughts or questions for us. So, the floor is yours. You can have your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board for the opportunity to be here in this room interviewing for this position. It's truly an honor. I think Brevard Public Schools is a fantastic school district, and the opportunity to serve in another role is just that. It's an honor. So
Is that
thank
mic
you
not
for.
working?
Hold on 1 second.
No
I don't
mic
know if the
again.
mic's on.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
You have some of those binders. Do you want me to come?
Can you
get
hear me
those?
now?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, the binders are for later, so thank
Okay.
you. So I'll start again. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today to interview for this position. I think a lot of Brevard Public Schools. I think it's a fantastic school district. So the opportunity to maybe serve in this role is indeed an honor, and I thank you for the opportunity. A little bit about myself, just a quick story for maybe you guys may know because I was here before, but for the audience, my wife Heidi and I, who's here with me today, moved to Brevard in 1993, almost exactly 30 years ago, and bought a house in Vieira and started, working in Brevard and raising our family in Brevard. I worked at Satellite High School as a teacher, Melbourne High School as a dean, Nogales as an assistant principal, and became principal at Titusville High School. During that time, we started raising a family here. All 3 of our children were born in Brevard. 2 boys born at Holmes Regional. My daughter was born at Parrish Medical when we were up at Titusville. They all attended schools in Brevard. We left Brevard for a short time in North Carolina, and we came back, put them back in Brevard schools. We came back to Florida to come back to Brevard, and so Brevard's always been home. Went down to St. Lucie County for a little while working, still lived here, commuted to St. Lucie County, didn't want to move our kids out of the schools that we had here. Then when I got the superintendent post in Indian River, we went ahead and moved the family there. Even though one of my oldest was a rising senior at O'Galley, and he didn't want to move for his senior year. So he actually lived with my parents. My dad and mom were living in Satellite Beach at the time. My dad's a retired Navy chief. And so he said, is there any way I could stay with mom and dad to finish out my senior year at O'Galley? I was like, well, you gotta work that out with the chief. And so he met with my dad, and they set up some ground rules, and he had to make his bed every morning. He had to be at the table for dinner, no loud music, all that kind of thing. And so he ended up finishing at O'Galley, but the rest of our kids, the other 2, went with us to Indian River. One graduated from Sebastian River High, my son Lucas, and my daughter Sarah Grace graduated from Bureau. When I got to come back here a couple years ago, almost 4 years ago, the plan was always to come back to Brevard. We were waiting for Sarah Grace to finish high school, didn't want to move her in the midst of her high school. She graduated 2 years ago. She's at UCF. She's doing fantastic. And so 2 years ago, we were going to come back to Brevard. But you may recall, the housing market had taken a huge jump at the time. So we waited, and we believe the time is right now. So we actually sold our house in Vero a couple months ago and are living in Satellite. We actually moved back in with my mom while we're building a house in Vieira West. And so, I want to state up front, we made the decision to come back to Brevard regardless of this. When we made the decision to come back, we weren't even, I don't think this job was even advertised or anything like that. So it's not like there's some master plan or anything like that. We were coming back to Brevard regardless. Now, my wife Heidi has a fantastic job in Vero Beach, so now she's going to have to commute. So I'm going to have to be extra nice, and but that's a little bit about me. The last thing I'll say is, every decision that I've ever made as a leader, at the principal level, at the district level, has been about what's best for children. That is the job. Not an interest group, not anybody else. I know who my allegiance is to, and that is to the children that we serve. And so all of my decisions are always going to be based on what's best for kids. Sometimes what's best for kids is not convenient for adults, but I'm always going to make the decision on what's best for kids. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we're going to turn it over to Miss Megan Wright for the first couple of questions here.
Yes,
She's
I get
been
to go
throwing
first.
some,
I'm
left
hung
and
up
right.
on 1993 being 30 years ago. I'm going to be honest. I thought, oh my gosh,
Yeah,
that was
it's
30 years ago.
disturbing, right?
Whoa, okay. All right, so back to focus here. Thank you for the opening statements that you gave and the background and history of you and your family. I appreciate that. The questions that I'm going to ask you really are going to apply to the board superintendent relationship. And so I will kick us off. I have a set of 5 questions, and
Okay.
you have as much time, I think, right, what do we have, 15 minutes total to answer all 5 of my questions if we get through them. So my first question is, what is the most important part of the superintendent's job and why?
Well, the most important part as far as board and superintendent relations, or just in general, the most important part?
Just what is the most important part of the superintendent's job and why?
Is to keep the focus on the students in the classroom. Every decision we make has to be to support them. In my written response to one of the questions earlier, I said the role of the central office is to support the teacher in the classroom. So every decision we make has to be based on what's best for the kids in the classroom, the teachers that are serving them. And as a superintendent, I need to keep pointing everybody in that direction. Sometimes staff members, sometimes board members might focus on a certain area, a certain thing, and say, oh, we got to go do this, we got to go do that. And we always have to weigh, is that what's in the best interest of the kids in the classroom? Is that what's in the best interest of the teaching, the learning, and instruction going on in the classroom? So in some ways, the superintendent is the CEO of the organization. They are tasked with driving the ship or navigating through the waters, however you want to say it, responding to the wishes of board corporate, of the board as a whole, and also responding to the needs, wants, desires of the organization itself, of the staff that's in the organization, of the students, and of the community. But I think, in a lot of spaces, the superintendent's main job is to make sure we keep the focus on what's going on in the classroom.
Thank you. Based on your knowledge of our system, and you have an advantage on this because you have firsthand knowledge being in the system, what do you believe should be the top 2 priorities for our school district?
Yeah, I certainly do have a unique perspective, having worked at the district office outside, having worked in our school district before, and now back working as a building level principal. I see a lot of different things, a lot of different viewpoints than maybe somebody else. The 2 priorities I would focus on are student achievement and staffing. Student achievement, you all got a presentation on some data a couple months ago at a board workshop, and you had seen some data. I believe Dr. Mullins presented some data back in the fall. And I did some analysis based on looking at it from a different lens. So income level is often associated with academic performance. Okay? Whether you believe it's a causal factor or just correlational, income level or level of free and reduced lunch or level of poverty is always tied to academic achievement. And so I looked at our district in terms of income level compared to the other districts in the state. 67 other districts in the state. I got some information from the Florida Department of Health, and it's elementary students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. I picked the elementary level because at the secondary level, a lot of kids don't fill out the forms. They don't necessarily want to be embarrassed or whatever. So the most reliable data is elementary school data. And we're 13th from the top, or we're the 13th least poor district, i.e., so out of 67, we're 13th least poor, or with the 13th least percentage of free and reduced lunch. You could flip that around and say we're the 13th most wealthy district if you want to try and say that. Either way, 13th. And if you are looking at our performance and you're saying that income level is often correlated to performance, then we should be in the top 13 in every category when compared to the other districts around the state. We are not. In the last few years, in most of those other metrics, we're in the 20s. And graduation rate, we're much lower than that. So if we are theoretically the 13th least poor district in the state, how come we're not performing up in the teens? For example, the last time we had, when the school district is graded and you get your points, percentage points possible to be an A district and that kind of thing, the last time we were close to 13 was in 15-16. I believe we were 14th in points earned to earn a district grade of A, which we were an A that year, but we were 14th. The last few years that we received grades, we've been in the 20s. So we're not where we need to be. Now, is Brevard Public Schools not performing well? We're performing well, but not where we need to be. So we need to start looking at the other districts and see how they're doing and why are we not doing as well as them. Some of the data that was presented to you, the impression was that we are back to where we were before the pandemic, or very close to back to where we were before the pandemic. I looked at St. John's, Seminole, and Orange. St. John's, because right now they're number one. They're number one in all the metrics. And Seminole and Orange, because we used to always look at Seminole and Orange. They're somewhat neighboring districts. Seminole, I don't know if we shared a contiguous boundary, but they're right there. Similar, in makeup and stuff like that. And Seminole outperforms us every year and actually have a higher rate of free reduced lunch. And Orange, usually we're slightly above Orange, but they have a significantly higher percent of free reduced lunch. The one thing I noticed about those other districts, though, is they are not only back up to where they were pre-pandemic, they're a little bit above where they were pre-pandemic in a lot of categories, not all, but in a lot. So why are we not there? So one of the top two priorities is we need to boost our academic achievement. We need to get back to gunning for the top spot in the state. When I was fortunate to be named principal at Titusville High School, Dr. DePatri was the superintendent, and the mantra at the time was first in Florida. And then once we thought we got to first in Florida, I think it was first in the nation or anything like that. But our focus, like some of the data that was presented to you was versus the state average. Are we above the state average? Well, if we're 13th least poor, then we shouldn't be looking at the state average. We should be looking at, the top 10. Are we in the top 10, top 15? Because average would be like 33. So I would shift our focus on trying to, I want to say chase, but measure ourselves against some of these other districts that are performing higher than us. Why are they experienced the same pandemic challenges that we did? Why are they performing better than us? And so that's the first one. The second one is staffing. I think everybody knows that there is a teacher shortage across the country. There's also a bus driver shortage across the country. I watched the presentation the other day that we're being creative with some other job types, work from home, stuff like that. So the second priority is how do we get all of our classrooms filled with high quality teachers? How do we get all of our bus routes covered with bus drivers? How do we fill every position that we have in the district? I don't know if I have the answers, but you said what were the two priorities. So one is boosting our academic achievement and trying to get back to where we're shooting for the first in Florida or the top performing districts in Florida, and finding a way to staff every open position. And part of that's keeping the people that you have. We need to make sure that we're doing an active recruiting program. We're going out trying to find these employees, being creative, using LinkedIn and Indeed and all these different things that we didn't ever have to do. But also we need to keep the people we have. You know, retention rate, when I was in Indian River, we were able to increase our retention rate, you know, the last 2 years I was superintendent. And a lot of that was working conditions. So let's find out what we can do to improve our working conditions and keep our people employed.
Thank you. How would you ensure that board members have the information they need before being asked to make a vote on an issue of concern?
Yeah, over communicate. You need to make sure that you guys have all the facts all the time. And so that's going to be a thing that we develop some kind of relationship between superintendent and board member. Is it phone calls? Is it texts? Is it face-to-face meetings? How do we get information to you? How do you want it presented and things like that? If ever there's some kind of crisis in the district, you guys need to know almost as soon as I know, you know, because you're going to be asked questions by the community. Hey, what's going on at this school? Or I heard this or I heard that. And you need to have the information probably right after me, you know, aside from whoever needs to respond to it, i.e. security or student services or whatever, but there shouldn't be any surprises. You know, I would hope that you wouldn't get a call from a reporter or a community member and they say, hey, what's going on at school X, or I heard this is happening, and for you to not know is not acceptable. So it's just over communicate. But we have to develop some kind of mechanism that is effective with each of you, you know, whether that's immediate cell phone calls or emails or whatever, you know. But as far as big items that are on the board agenda, we need to make sure we share all the facets of what's going to be presented at a board meeting before the board meeting. Brevard has a really good pattern of bringing stuff and information before action and stuff like that. I've worked in other districts where everything, you saw it for the first time at the board meeting, and that's not fair. So we would try to make sure that you have all the information about anything that you're going to be asked to consider. And then obviously going back to those emergency situations, it's just to over communicate. Share as much information as possible with the people who need to know.
Thank you. Describe what you believe to be the ideal working relationship with the school board, and when you have an adversarial situation with a board member, how would you resolve that?
Yeah, so you want to build trust. I mean, the first thing is you want to build trust. It can be a working relationship. The two people don't necessarily have to like each other or anything like that, but they have to trust each other, that what each is sharing is the truth, with no hidden agenda or anything like that, and that, you know, we're working together for the betterment of the kids, the betterment of the district, and things like that. If there is some breakdown in that relationship or whatever, then you just got to keep trying to repair it. You got to keep trying and trying and trying to make sure that the two of you, it takes two to have effective communication, but that both people are bought in and both people understand, you know, the mission at hand, and that's to make decisions on the, you know, the best interests of the kids and the district and the teachers, and not get involved or off topic with something that a personal issue or something like that. You know, it's a business relationship and it needs to be that, but for it to be effective, there has to be some level of trust. You don't have to like each other necessarily. I mean, I would hope everybody likes us, but.
Thank you. What are the first three things that you're going to do if you were hired as the superintendent?
We actually have an action plan that I'm going to leave with you. If you remember, last time I gave you a notebook, so I got another notebook for you. There's actually, the action plan has 5 action steps. The first one is relationship building. So the first thing I'm going to do is meet with every principal for a one-on-one interview, and every district level staff member from director on a one-on-one interview this summer. I have done that at every building that I've been a principal of. I even did it as superintendent in Indian River County. This is the notebook right here of all the interviews from Cocoa Beach. So the first summer I got to Cocoa Beach, I scheduled interviews over the summer with all the staff members and sat down with them for an hour and asked them for their input. You know, what's going well at the school, what's not going well at the school, what can we do differently? I did the same thing as the superintendent in Indian River. It seems like a Herculean task, but if you schedule it right, you can do it. I need to know the perspective of all these people involved. I need to start developing relationships with all these people. So as we're working together going forward, I know a little bit about them, where they're coming from, what their needs are, how they're feeling about the direction of the district, their school, that kind of thing. So That's the first thing, is this relationship building phase. Now that's inside the district. Outside the district, as part of the relationship building phase, I have to immerse myself in a lot of these civic groups and local organizations. I know Dr. Mullins was really good at that. He had a lot of relationships with the different chambers, with the different community agencies and organizations. I'm a member of Rotary in Cocoa Beach. I would go visit more Rotary clubs now than just Cocoa Beach, and be involved in the chamber meetings. Develop a relationship with the local legislative delegation. Start to see how we can work together to improve things in here in Brevard. So that's action step 1. Action step 2 is an academic progress check. I feel like we need to take a look at where we are performing. One thing that I don't think I saw anywhere, I tried to scan all the board workshops and meetings, and I didn't get to watch them all, but I tried to scan the agendas and everything, is I don't know that you guys got a data update mid-year on our performance this year. The data presentations that you got were last year's data. Sometimes I call that cadaver data. It's dead data. It's last year's data. That body's already cold. We have data now with the FAST assessment, PM1, PM2. We have formative assessment data. So we can do a progress check of where we are right now. So I need to do that. Like as soon as we get in, we need to see what was our PM1 data, what's our PM2 data. And of course, by the time the person would become superintendent, I guess we might have PM3 data, which is the end of the year data. But we need to be doing a better job of checking our academic progress as we're going. And then the third thing, well, the third of the 5 is a review of the organizational structure. Serving as a principal for the last 4 years here in Brevard, our organizational structure is different than when I served here before. I'm not sure this organizational structure is the most effective. It might be, but I'm not sure from my perspective as a principal, it did not seem to be. So I would take a look at our organizational structure, our flow chart, our organizational chart, who does what, who's responsible for what, and perhaps bring some changes to the board for that. If after reviewing it, I thought there needed to be changes. I think the RSM audit about discipline did reveal some things that this organizational structure were limiting. And so that's one of the things I would check. Those are the first 3 of the 5.
Listen, we had 30 minutes, just listen. We had 30 to 40 minutes the last time, so I'm willing to just pause it. You keep asking questions. You go ahead, all right?
I only have one last question, so it's okay. What's your favorite football team?
Pros, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
And that's because when I was 10 years old, I was living in Austin, Texas, and they won the Super Bowl. So I was kind of forced.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
All
for your answers. I appreciate them.
You didn't say college.
James Madison University, that's my alma mater for my bachelor's degree. They are becoming a power in the group of 5.
So just to warn you going forward, after every single person goes, we're going to ask you a ridiculous icebreaker because that's the thing we just started.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay. I love that.
It lightens the atmosphere a bit.
I love it.
Okay, it's my turn. So I have academic achievement. So currently there is a significant achievement gap for minority students and students with disabilities when compared to white and non-disabled peers. What specific steps would you take to ensure academic success is distributed equitably across our district?
Yeah, we need to know what supports we're providing all the different subgroups, and if those supports aren't being effective, then why aren't they being effective? Is it implementation? Is it a lack of knowledge and training of the people providing those supports? For example, we use the tiered support model here. So schools with higher needs receive more district support. So is that district support effective? And the way to ensure that is just checking your data. You gotta be checking your data on a constant basis. So the elementary schools use iReady. iReady data is available all the time. Like as soon as a kid takes his assessment, you have a way to check that data and see if they're progressing or not. The secondary school is now going back to what I said before with PM1, PM2 data, you can check and see if you're making progress during the year. So the thing to do is to sit down with each of those individual schools and talk about what their academic achievement plan is. And so for their minority students, so to speak, what extra supports are they putting in place for anybody who's not performing at grade level? Is it a tier 2 level instruction support, or is it a tier 3 level support? And is it being effective? When I was here before, serving as a principal, we had to have an academic achievement plan every year in that pursuit of being an A school. And we need to go back to requiring that. I want to see it on paper. I want to see what you're doing for these different populations. And it wouldn't necessarily be me, the superintendent, meeting with you initially as a principal, but it'd be your supervisor. And then the idea is you need to track that data all the way through. Are these supports being effective or not? You know, one of the things that we did in Indian River was we saw that our minority students were underrepresented in advanced coursework. You know, I believe in that philosophy. If you raise expectations and provide supports, then people will meet those expectations. So we had a lot of students in our schools, in our two high schools, Sebastian River and Bureau Beach High, that had the capability, the potential to be in either AP, IB, or dual enrollment courses, and they were not. And so we attacked that data. We brought in a consulting group that helped us identify students who should probably be in advanced coursework and weren't. And then we identified all those families, identified all those students, then met with the families and said, hey, we really think your son or daughter has potential to take an AP class or should be in dual enrollment or should be in the IB program at Sebastian River. And these were mostly underrepresented populations, minority populations. And we actually had to do some convincing of some of those populations that it was good for their children to be exposed to advanced level coursework. And then we also had to meet with the teachers and talk about, you know, we're going to expand access. We're going to expand access to these courses, and we're going to support these kids as we expand this access. So, I mean, it's in the resume. I don't know if I can quote the numbers right, but when we decided to do that, we expanded access not just to the minority kids, but also to all kids. So, in other words, the number of white students participating in advanced studies courses increased. The number of African American, the number of Hispanic, the number of Asian students, all the subgroups increased as we opened access. And one of the things we did with the teachers is we made sure they understood that we know that sometimes when you open access like that and you provide higher level coursework, more challenging coursework to someone who may not have been exposed to that, there may be a drop in performance. And that we were going to support them in that. We weren't going to say, oh, you're an AP teacher and you used to have a 90% pass rate on the AP exam and now you're only at 80%. We're going to knock you down on your evaluation. Like, no, we're doing this. You know, we're asking you to take on, you know, kids who may not have been in these classes before, and we're going to support you. What we found is the performance only dropped slightly in almost every one of those AP, dual enrollment, IB courses. The hard sciences where we saw more of a drop, like so AP chemistry, you know, or AP calculus. But in, I don't want to say the softer AP classes, but AP American History, AP Lit, AP Lang, we didn't see as much of a drop. And part of it was because we got the teachers in the room and talked to them about why we were trying to do this. We were trying to expand access. These kids were all level 3 or higher on the FSA at the time, so they had potential. They weren't in these advanced courses, and why not? And so, you know, the numbers, I believe, the average overall went from 1 in 5 students were in an advanced course to the last year 1 in 3 overall. 1 in 3 high school students was in an advanced course. And I believe for the African American students, it went from like 1 in 8 to 1 in 5. You know, and then the others, I mean, it's on the resume, and I can dig it up if you need. But the idea was we saw, hey, this is a need. We want to attack it. We have some underrepresented kids here that should be in these advanced level courses. Being in those advanced level courses is going to prepare them for whatever they're going to do after high school, whether it's go to college or not. And if it is to go to college, then it's going to better prepare them, and it's going to better prepare their application, you know, their chances of getting into college. So, you know, that again was something we saw. We weren't performing as well as we needed to be, and we figured out a way to improve that.
Thank you. Okay. Detail what you've done in the past and what you would do to facilitate an increase in 3rd grade reading proficiency rates.
Yeah, so in Indian River, when I arrived, there was already a focus on 3rd grade reading proficiency in that we had identified it as a focus. There was actually a nonprofit there called the Learning Alliance that was working with schools to try and improve 3rd grade reading proficiency. 3rd grade is that grade where you switch from learning to read to reading to learn. It's the beginning of reading comprehension. So it is the key. It's like the gatekeeper. That's why the state identified 3rd grade as the grade you're going to be retained, possibly, if you don't perform well on the state standardized assessment. So working with the Learning Alliance, we tried some things with primary grades, reading instruction. And the thing that we found that worked the best was the 3GI. 3GI is a third grade interventionist. So most elementary schools in the past, and it might be different here and it might be different now, you have a literacy coach. And the literacy coach is tasked with improving reading instruction, so to speak, across all grade levels. So elementary schools here, we have 7 grade levels, K through 6. Down there, we had 6, K through 5. So your literacy coach meets with teachers and shows them how to improve their instruction. And maybe comes into a classroom and does a sample lesson or something like that. But the literacy coach is usually focused on working with teachers and working across, again, 6 grade spans. What we did is we took that literacy coach unit and that literacy coach and assigned them to 3rd grade only, and they were titled 3rd grade interventionists. And instead of working with teachers across grade levels, they only worked with the 3rd grade teachers. And in fact, they spent more time working with the 3rd grade students. So they would go into those 3rd grade classrooms and do small groups. Now these were literacy coaches, so they were reading endorsed or reading trained. So they were making a big impact directly in the classroom with students in 3rd grade, not trying to make an impact across all grade levels. So in the 4 years that we were in Indian River, the 4 years I was in Indian River, we moved 3rd grade reading proficiency from 53% to 60%. So a 7% increase district-wide with the 3GIs. There were a couple underrepresented, underperforming schools like Fellsmere Elementary that had a really challenging population. They saw a 14% increase over that time in their reading proficiency in 3rd grade. So the idea was you took this resource that was kind of spread out amongst 5 or 6 grade levels, concentrated it down to 1 grade level, and you impacted the students more so than the other classroom teachers' instructions, and that had a direct payoff in 3rd grade. The idea is if they are proficient readers in 3rd grade, they're going to be more successful down the road. So we invested in 3rd grade. Now, the schools that had title money, they would hire an additional literacy coach and make them like a 1st and 2nd grade interventionist, maybe even K1, 2. So some of the higher poverty schools that had additional money, Title I, they did that. I did notice that Indian River's 3rd grade proficiency was 60% post-pandemic last year, or 2 years ago, first year post-pandemic. And last year, I think they were 58, so they tripped a little. But that's not the drop that other districts, including us, have seen in 3rd grade pre-post-pandemic. So I believe they're still using the 3GI model in Indian River, and it's still paying dividends.
Describe a situation, Describe a situation where you were clearly instrumental in facilitating a change in the way career and college readiness was approached in your district or your school. How was the change meaningful and or successful? What measures were used to determine the success of the change initiative?
Yeah, so a couple different things. At Cocoa Beach, we just jumped our CCR rate. I think you guys might have got that from last year. Anyway, we had the highest increase in all of our high schools, and we're right behind West Shore and Edgewood, which is where we should be, or above them. But by really focusing on with the counselors and talking about, okay, what courses can our kids be taking that they're not taking to make sure they are a completer, make sure they're ready to go. The other part of it is putting in programs. And this is what we did in Indian River is we looked at each of the 2 high schools to see what programs could be added if there was a need there. And that's when we added the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical Program, the Gates Aerospace Institute that we added at Vero Beach High School and Sebastian River High School. That's a completer program, that's a CCR program. So not only are they going to be getting fantastic, crazy, good, fun instruction, learning how to either operate an unmanned aerial vehicle, drone, or they can actually sit in a simulator and learn how to fly a plane. So we found some, high wage, high need, high tech jobs needs and a program that met those needs. And, that served the population that wasn't getting served in CCR, college and career readiness before. The other thing is we went down to the middle schools, to make sure that we were doing things in the middle schools, intro to tech, intro to engineering, to get them ready for some of that stuff when they get to high school.
Okay, what do you feel is the single most important piece of data that will drive our district forward?
Yeah, I think that the one that we're measured by the most is graduation rate, because that's the K-12 measure. You know, a lot of times high schools get either the praise and glory or the criticism for the graduation rate. But in reality, it's a 4-year cohort graduation rate. And so in order for them to graduate in 4 years, they need to be prepared when they get to 9th grade. So that's why it's a K-12 measure. You know, if we've done our job in kindergarten, elementary, middle school, when they get to high school, they should be able to graduate. They should have the skills and knowledge in 9th grade that they should be successful all the way through. So graduation rate is probably the one that is the easiest to look at to measure whether we're being successful or not. I argue that there's more than one, though. I don't know how you can go to just one. 3rd grade proficiency, like we talked about already, 3rd grade ELA proficiency is kind of the predictor. You know, if you're not proficient reader when you exit 3rd grade, your chances of being successful go down to diminish measurably. So I think 3rd grade would be, 3rd grade reading proficiency would be one that I would also take a look at. And then CCR actually is great, because that's telling you whether we're getting kids ready for something after high school. And so our CCR rate actually should be very close to our graduation rate. I think that would be the goal, to try to make sure that our college and career readiness rate is as high as our graduation rate. Because if we're graduating them and they are not a CCR completer, then are they really ready for life after high school? So sorry, not just one, but 3: graduation rate, 3rd grade proficiency, and CCR.
How much time do I have? Good? Okay. All right, thank you. Based on what you know of our school system, what do you think is the greatest potential for improvement, and where are our greatest opportunities?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of business partner opportunities. I think at the secondary level, we could do some more business partnerships. We talked a little bit about getting kids ready for their next step after high school. So I think we could tap into the industry that's here. You know, I mentioned it, and I think one of my video responses that, you know, we're the Space Coast, we have this booming industry right here, and we need to be the providers of that human capital. So I think with such a supportive community, but also such a robust industrial complex, that's where we should be looking to make some partnerships. So how can these other, how can all these different companies, these agencies partner with us? You know, how can we partner with them? Is it kind of like the NASA Hunch program, you know, where kids go in the summer and they get, you know, experience right there working at NASA? Can we do that with these other industries, with SpaceX and Blue Origin, with L3 Harris, with Grumman, with all the different agencies that are here? I think we're uniquely positioned to have all of that available right here, and I don't know we're tapping into it as much. So you asked what resource or opportunity. I think that's one. I was just at Vieira Elementary just this morning. That was my tour. And I got to see their STEM lab, and their STEM lab is supported by, I think she said, Grumman. And so it's not just secondary where these partnerships can be. It's all throughout the school system. You know, their STEM lab was phenomenal, and a lot of that was support, you know, by a business partner. And so I think that's an opportunity that we need to tap into much, much more.
Thank you.
What about your
Oh, sorry,
icebreaker?
I'm sorry. What's your favorite ice cream? That was mine, right? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Actually, there's a soft serve ice cream place in Harrisonburg, Virginia, James Madison. Soft serve ice cream place there, Dell's Freeze, and they do a peanut butter chocolate combo that is just phenomenal.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank you, Mr. Rendell. Mine's workforce. My questions move around exceptional workforce, and there's a couple here that talk about not only retention, recruitment, and some of the other stuff. What is your immediate plan for teacher substitute and bus driver recruitment?
yeah, we need to see what types of recruiting strategies we're using and see if we can increase those, bump those up. Like I said, Indeed, the other online portals, we need to do that as much as possible. But I think we've held 1 or 2 career fairs this year out in the community. I think we need to do that more. We need to go out and hold these career fairs in the communities, job fairs in the community. So we're looking for bus drivers. We can hold a bus driver fair in different community spots around the district. I believe we've done 1 or 2 of those. I think they should just be a regular thing that we do all the time. I think we also need to talk to the people that we have in those positions and say, why are you in this position? So that we can then advertise that to other people. You know, what are the benefits of being a bus driver? What are the benefits of being in a support staff position or anything like that? Obviously with teaching, the same thing. We need to find out from our teachers, what is it that makes them want to come to work every day, so that we can ensure that we maintain that, we bolster that, we support that, but we can use that as a recruiting tool. Hey, you know, have you considered a career in teaching because of this or that? But I think the concrete answer to the beginning of the question about, we just need to go out and try and recruit more in different places than maybe we're recruiting, and try different means and methods.
All right, next question is how do you make sure professional development programs and initiatives have impacted the knowledge, skills, and practices of educators?
Yeah, ask them, you know, ask them, go out and talk to them about, you know, after you've had this training, how are you using this in the classroom? And people will be honest, they'll tell you whether they're using it or not. And we probably need to find a different tool than the online survey. You know, those are, I fill out the online surveys after my trainings, and I'm not sure that that's my best feedback. So I think we really need to talk to people. I really do. I really think you need to get in front of them in person and say, hey, you went to this training last week on such. How are you using it in your classroom? Is it beneficial? And if they are using it in the classroom, then that's a validation that that training was worthwhile, worth spending money on. If they're not, then ask them why. Is it because you still don't feel comfortable with that new teaching technique or strategy? Is it because you don't think it's effective? You know, and that will give us feedback on whether we should spend money on that training in the future and things like that. But I really think, you know, we need to talk to the people that took the training, you know, the PD, and say, is it effective? Has it benefited you in your workplace? And if not, then maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Find something else.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, what will any teachers organization union that you have worked with tell us about you, and what would support staff organizations?
Yeah, I think that it depends on what role I was in at the time. So, for example, when I was deputy superintendent in St. Lucie, I was the chief negotiator. So at times, you know, the teachers union might say that I was tough or something like that, but I've always been fair. I don't think you'll find any criticism from anybody that I'm not fair. And in most of the relationships with the different bargaining units, it's been very, very positive. For example, when I was a building level principal, always had a good relationship with the building rep for BFT or the other organizations with 1010, stuff like that. Right now at Cocoa Beach, I have a really solid relationship with my building rep. We have a good relationship. You can talk to, the BFT and see what they say, but we used to do surveys years ago, and I would always come out fairly positive on those surveys, from bargaining unit surveys and stuff like that. When I served in even as the deputy in St. Lucie, there was a professional persona with the union and then a personal persona with the union. In other words, when we were going through negotiations, sometimes it was all business, and we're not going to agree to that, and you're not going to agree to that, and you're a jerk, and that kind of thing. And then after the official meeting was over, we'd go chat about, well, we can't do this or we can't do that and stuff like that. So sometimes you might see a public persona that, in that official role of negotiating, but then the private role is, we're all in this for the same reason. We're all in this to make the schools the best places they can be. We're trying to provide the best education possible for the kids. So we have to work together to do that. So I think it's been a positive relationship at every step of the way. I mean, negotiated a 3-year contract in Indian River as I wasn't the chief negotiator, but we did a 3-year contract, and I negotiated a 3-year contract with the teachers in St. Lucie. Those are rare in Florida, 3-year contracts.
No, they are. Thank you. Last question is well, I got 2 more I guess I could get. What has your district done to develop and maintain, or what have you done to develop and maintain a collaborative relationship with your employees? Include issues of morale, communication, team building. Describe your role in this.
Yeah, I think if you talk to anybody that's worked with me at a school, and the district level people and the principals and other people like that at Indian River or St. Lucie, I like to have fun. I like to make the job an enjoyable place. I want, the workplace needs to be fun. We need to laugh together. We need to break bread together. We need to do things fun together. For example, as a high school principal, I've done this every place I've been. We don't have a general faculty meeting where the administrators stand up in front of the room and just say stuff over and over. The only time we come together as a faculty is the general faculty meeting / celebrations. And so we do celebrate everybody's birthday. We have cake. We usually have a refreshments there from a business partner. And then we do the benevolence box. So the benevolence box, and I've done this every place, is a box that's in the teacher workroom and has some 3x5 cards there. And so if a colleague does something for you, act of benevolence, you write that down there. Say, Mark covered my class the other day because I had a dentist appointment. So you put that on a 3x5 card and you drop it in the box. So at the general faculty meeting celebrations, I draw names out of the hat and I read out loud the acts of good deed, the acts of benevolence. And the doer of the good deed gets to come up and take a gift certificate that's been donated by the local community. So it's quite a fun way to have a faculty meeting. Everybody's usually pretty happy. We're breaking bread. Usually we have some kind of refreshments and we're doing the birthdays, and we always try to do some other fun stuff. Like recently we asked all of our staff members for their walk-up song. So we played walk-up songs and tried to guess whose walk-up song it was, stuff like that. So we always want to I don't know if I should say it was fun, but we always try to make things enjoyable. Now, keep in mind, we are all about business. Everywhere I've been, it's still always been about, we have work to do. But when we come together, it should be enjoyable so that you can look forward to a faculty meeting, not have a faculty meeting to go to, kind of thing. So that's a part of it. The other thing is, again, it goes back to meeting with everybody and developing relationships from the start. So some of the questions I ask in those one-on-ones is about their background, maybe silly questions. Where'd you go to school? What's your hidden talent? That's one of my questions. Tell me about something you do that nobody knows and this stuff. And so develop these relationships with all the people I'm working with, and that comes into play a lot of times down the road. Okay, and so can't remember the exact phrasing of the question, but most of the people that have worked with me in the past, I'd say it's a very positive relationship. We're trying to improve morale. It's a tough job. Being a teacher in the classroom, public teacher in America right now is a very, very tough job. So I try to do my part as a principal to make sure that it's as enjoyable as possible. Same thing for the principals when I was the superintendent in Indian River and deputy in St. Lucie. Whenever the principals got together, we had a principals meeting, we always had some fun stuff planned. Not necessarily goofy icebreakers, because I don't necessarily like goofy icebreakers, but something enjoyable. And there was always food and stuff like that. Typically what I do is I try to find out a milestone or something that somebody maybe accomplished, and then we announce that. Like, Mark just ran a 5K the other day, got his best time he's had in a while, or so-and-so's having a baby, so-and-so's now grandfather and that kind of stuff. The idea is that anytime you get your faculty, your administrative team together, you need to make it enjoyable, because the work is tough. And the work's not going away, but there needs to be that support network where people feel excited about coming to work because of the place of the work and the atmosphere that's created.
Great answer.
Thank you. The last question that I have is, describe a time when you led an implementation of a new technology in your district. And basically, what was it? How did you learn about it? What were the challenges and obstacles? What was the success, and how did you measure that success?
Yeah, so when I left Titusville to go to North Carolina, my father-in-law was not doing well, and we wanted our kids to be near him in Virginia, so that's why we left. I never planned on leaving Titusville, but it was a family thing. We went and did that. So I was a high school principal there in Mooresville, North Carolina, and we launched a one-to-one initiative, and this is 15 years ago at least. So one-to-ones was still fairly new. So we were going one-to-one at the middle school and high school level with MacBooks. So we did a lot of research. We talked to a lot of districts that had done this before, learned from them. Richmond, Virginia had done this. Henrico County had done this. So we learned from them some of the pitfalls, some of the things to look out for. So we learned about, insurance for the laptops. We learned about, how to maintain the laptops. That basically you have to have a fix-it shop in every school, because the laptops are going to be broken, things are going to happen. But probably the biggest thing was the teacher training, because the one-to-one laptop is not a paperweight. One-to-one laptop is supposed to be an instructional tool. So we had to spend a lot of time and money training the teachers on how to teach using the laptop as a tool. Not necessarily teaching through the laptop, because that's not how it works, but basically seeing the advantages to having that piece of technology in the kids' hands every day, and the different crazy good things you can do with technology, especially the kids, they show us on that. But that was the thing that when we went into it, lessons learned by going and talking to these other districts that had done it. If the teachers aren't ready to use the one-to-one laptop as an instructional tool, then it's a paperweight, or it's just a word processing thing for the kids. Like a teacher, they wrote their papers on it. Okay, we want them to be able to do research on it. We want them to be able to create videos and podcasts. We want them to be able to do different things with that. And you measure that obviously by the usage of the machines. There's a way you can track the usage of software and that kind of thing. And then obviously the goal of all of that is to impact student achievement. So if down the road you see increased student achievement numbers, and you can tie it, if you can tie it to the technology, then that was a technology initiative that paid off. One of the things that we saw there, and it kind of goes against what the chatter out there, is that the underprivileged kids actually benefited more by having the one-to-ones than the kids who probably already had a laptop at home. We did have to work with the local city, to provide free internet access at certain hubs like the public library and stuff like that, so that when they took that laptop home, it wasn't just a paperweight. But the idea was, they could start an assignment or start a project at school and take it home and complete it, continue to learn, whatever. If the teacher put something on there for them, an assignment to complete at home, they could do it. In the past, they may not have had the resource to do that. So when I was deputy in St. Lucie, we were getting ready to launch the one-to-ones there at two high schools, at Fort Pierce Westwood High School and Port St. Lucie High School. And so I was on the ground helping them get ready, because I had done it in Mooresville. So I have 2 experiences with putting out one-to-ones.
Thank you, Mr. Rendell. I got to just follow up on that. There's a lot of talk about one-to-one. Sounds real good out there. Were you able to see some learning gains? And you had specifically said about some of the low socioeconomic children that could then finish that. Did you see those learning gains? And
definitely in Mooresville, definitely in North Carolina. I don't know what they saw in St. Lucie, because it was no longer my project. So I don't know what they. But definitely in Mooresville, no. I mean, because we had to spend a lot of money to do that, and we needed to go back and show the board that the investment was a good return on investment. And we definitely did see. A lot of it was, we changed the way we taught, so that by using it as an instructional tool, again, by investing up front with the training with the teachers, and to be honest, we turned off some other systems. Like you have to use this. This is what you have to use. We forced some people to say, hey, this is the change that we're using. We need to do it. So. I think that might be part of, if you don't see that type of return on investment, or that type of increased academic achievement somewhere else where you've implemented that, is because you might not have taken away the old mechanism.
Awesome, thank you. Next up, I think we have Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. Well, except for Mr. Trent, who got the leftovers when we were picking, we all picked areas of our passion. He said that's what he wanted to begin with, so we'll go with that. All right. Hang on, because I want to make sure I ask them in the same order. So my area of questions is relating to community connections. And the first one is, what are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or who have had negative experiences with education, and how would you help your staff to reach out to such families successfully and respectfully?
Yeah, so 2 parts to that. The first thing is, one of the things we did at Cocoa Beach is we have tours of the campus all the time. A lot of times when we have families move into the area, or they're shopping for schools and they want to go visit a school, And we decided we always want our tours to happen when we're open for business. You know, the phrase that I usually use is, we want you to see us warts and all. But, you know, we want you to be out there for a class change. We want you to see lunch. We want you to see, you know, us in action. So we have standing tour procedures there at Cocoa Beach for any family that's interested in coming to Cocoa Beach or checking it out. They're actually student-led tours. So what we do is we have a couple of juniors and seniors that we trust to lead a family on a tour. And that way they can ask student questions about student life and things like that. So that, I guess the answer is, you invite them in. You know, this was really beneficial when we were coming back from COVID. We had a lot of families that moved from other states down to Florida, and they wanted to see what it was like at our school. So that's when we really kind of got routine at doing these tours. And so invite them in, I guess, is the first thing. The other part of it is, you said something about staff members reaching out. Well, that's it. They need to reach out. You know, we at Cocoa Beach, we talk about the fact that, you know, Focus is a great tool. You know, you can use it to email families. You can use it to send them text messages. You can use it to post stuff on your classroom page. You can do all kinds of different stuff with it. So anytime there's a student that you feel you need to make contact with the parent, you need to do it. And, you know, do it when it's positive as well, not just when it's negative. You know, reach out and share good news and stuff like that. You know, we try to do a really good job of following up with our new students. So, for example, earlier this year, one of our student groups had a reception for any student who had come to us this year. So it was back in September, and students who had joined us either over the summer or even the first month or two of school, one of the student groups held an ice cream social for all the new kids. And it was kind of neat because the new kids all made friends with the new kids, you know, but I mean, you know, we did a survey after that, and, you know, a strong majority of the students that were new to the school rated that experience as a big highlight of their year so far at the school. So I guess invite them in, going back to the first part of that, especially the families. You want to see us, come talk to us, come take you towards school. When we're open, warts and all, nothing to hide. And then, you know, reaching out, not just for negative things, but reaching out all the time, and then supporting any new families that you have.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, the next question is, what has been your experience or interaction with local business and community groups? What have you specifically done to ensure a positive working relationship with economic development groups, the chambers, or local philanthropic groups?
Yeah, so I'll start local first at Cocoa Beach, and I'll go back to being a superintendent in Indian River. At Cocoa Beach, I am out in the community a lot. I'm a member of a Rotary Club there. I go to the Elks Lodge every once in a while. I go to Kiwanis. Been to the Chamber of Commerce meetings, Cocoa Beach Regional Chamber of Commerce. Have a really strong relationship with the city of Cocoa Beach, with the mayor and the city manager, developing a stronger relationship with Port Canaveral. So you got to get out there and make those introductions and find ways for them to be invited to the school, and find ways for them to help interact and support the school. When I was the superintendent in Indian River, we had several really strong partnerships with local organizations already, and I just kept those going, but then we also developed some new ones. So, for example, United Way is a fairly strong organization in Indian River County. United Way has a big day of caring where they want everybody to come together and do projects for the community. And so my second year in Indian River, we decided to partner with United Way on that day of caring, and every school was going to participate in the day of caring, providing students and families individually, or doing a United Way caring activity at their school. So for the most part, what we did, and we did this for the last 3 years I was there, on the day of caring, the elementary schools usually did some kind of beautification project at their school. So they would get United Way volunteers to come and help the families and the staff at the school beautify their school. But for the secondary schools, what we did was each secondary school sent students and staff to one location. It's always on a Saturday, to one location, and we did certain projects. So for, I think, all 3 years, we did homeless care kits. So what these were Ziploc bags of hygiene items and personal items for homeless people in the community. So I got this idea from a friend of mine who that's what he did when he would see a homeless person or someone panhandling. Rather than give them money, he had these stocked Ziploc bags in his car already that had like a pair of socks, deodorant, toothbrush, all this kind of stuff, and maybe a granola bar and a water bottle. And so he would hand them that. So he gave us the idea. And so we did that with the United Way. So those 3 Saturdays where we did the Day of Caring, 3 years in a row rather, we had middle school and high school students there packaging all these homeless care kits, and then we gave them to the local sheriff's department and the municipal police departments. And so they would be in the squad car. And so when those guys would roll up, or gals would roll up on a homeless person, one of the first things they did was gave them a homeless care kit. So that's something that we involved the school district, the people, the kids, and the United Way, working together with a community organization. There were some other ones there. There's a lot of philanthropic organizations in Vero Beach in Indian River County. I mentioned the Learning Alliance earlier. That's a multi-million-dollar nonprofit that really supports literacy initiatives in all the elementary schools in Indian River. And so it was kind of in place already when I got there, but I did my part to strengthen that and keep it going and expand it. There's a couple others that are pretty strong supporters of the school district there. Was developing in a partnership with Piper when I left. That has come to fruition. So similar to the aviation program at O'Galley, Vero Beach High has a program at Piper Aircraft Factory there. It's not quite on the level of what's going on with Embraer, but it's a similar thing. So, and that's just being in the superintendent's role, that's just being out in the community and talking to these business leaders and trying to find these opportunities to partnership.
Thank you. How important is it, and what specific roles have you played personally in dealing with the legislature, the congressional delegation, county, city, and city officials?
Excuse me. So, sorry, I'm getting over a cold, so
That's all right.
been doing pretty well so far. So when I was deputy in St. Lucie County, I was very fortunate that Mike Lannon, the superintendent, said, "You're our legislative liaison. You're going to meet with all of the local elected officials for Tallahassee. You're going to go to Tallahassee on legislative days. You're going to, be our lobbying voice, so to speak. Not a lobbyist, but you're going to be our voice." So it was Representative Mayfield at the time. She was actually the representative from Vero Beach at the time in the State House. Larry Lee, he represented Fort Pierce. So I got to know them in that role as the deputy, and then when I became the superintendent in Indian River, obviously it was still Representative Mayfield at first, then she became Senator Mayfield, and the other legislative delegation from Representative Grawl and the others from Indian River. So lots of time meeting with them individually, going to Tallahassee, meeting with them in office hours, also presenting the legislative, when they have the local legislative delegation meets with the local officials and you present your legislative agenda. So I crafted those legislative agendas when I was the deputy, and I worked with staff to craft those legislative agendas as the superintendent in Indian River. As you know, a lot of the work gets done during committee week. So during committee time, you try to get ahead of, if you have some bill that you want to support or some initiative or some grant you're trying to get funded and that kind of thing, you need to do a lot of the work ahead of time before it's session, because almost all that stuff's decided before session. But to answer your question, I was tagged or tasked with being the legislative liaison as the deputy in St. Lucie, so got to start there, kept it going as Indian River as a superintendent. Then locally, like I said, here at Cocoa Beach, definitely tuned in with the mayor of city of Cocoa Beach, Fort Canaveral. Also talked to Representative Soroy on a couple things because he represents our area, and with the aqua science program that we're launching, there's going to be some state funds associated with that.
Great, thank you. Presenting information in a highly charged situation and to a variety of groups is a part of a superintendent's job. Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you dealt with the resulting situation.
I think a highly charged situation I can go back to when I was superintendent in Indian River. We had Fellsmere Elementary, there was a classroom that had some mold in it because a window was leaking and hadn't been repaired properly. So the first thing that everybody thinks is that now you have a sick school. And so they don't want to send their kids there. So we had some, environmental engineers come out and assess the situation and draft a report. And then we held a meeting with the community, at the school to allay their fears on whether the school building was safe to return to or not. One of the things that paid big dividends there was we went to the school and had the meeting in the school. And we had the environmental engineers there. Fellsmere has a large Hispanic community. So we had, some trusted members of the community that could speak, Spanish and were recognized by the community as someone they could trust at the meeting. So these were community members that we had, met with and shown them all the data and stuff like that. And that allayed their fears, and we didn't have, any high absentee or anything like that, absence rates or anything like that. And we continued to follow up with air quality tests, for days and weeks and months to make sure everybody knew that the building was safe. But it was one classroom with one leaky window that wasn't repaired properly, got some mold, and so, when the rumor is you got it, then go squash the rumor and allay those allegations. We actually had a similar thing happen a year or two later at another elementary school. They did some HVAC work over the summer, didn't seal some things properly. When they were getting ready to come back for teacher pre-planning, there was mold, so we had to remediate that, and we did all the same protocols, had the same parent meetings, and everybody was, all their fears were allayed. So I don't know if that's a highly charged enough situation for you, but, that's something that I dealt with.
That'll work, thank you. To another highly charged situation. What have you or your previous districts done to respond to the use of drugs, alcohol, tobacco, vaping, et cetera, by students?
Yeah, so education for one thing. You need to educate them on the pitfalls, the negatives of doing that, of getting involved in that. The other thing is also the consistent enforcement of policy. You need to make sure that if you have policies on the books to deal with those things, you need to enforce those. But the education is probably the key. It's kind of like those commercials that we had when we were growing up, this is your mind on drugs or whatever. They need to see that stuff. They need to understand that this is serious stuff. This is not a joke. So education is the first part of it. Making sure they understand that this is not good for your health, not good for your future, not good for any of that. But then you need to consistently enforce the policies. I think one of the things that we need to do a better job of now is the support after the fact. So if we do find someone who is vaping or using THC or something like that, what support do we provide to them after to kind of break them from that cycle and that kind of thing? So I know student services is tasked with a lot, but I think that's something that we need to look at. What are we doing for our students who have made some poor choices? How do we support them going forward to make sure that they don't do that again, fall further down, the abyss or whatever of the chain of that type of stuff. So I guess going back to education ahead of time, trying to show them that this is not, you don't want to be doing this, and then, but consistently enforcing your rules and then maybe providing better support after.
Right. And for the record, I quote that, this is your brain on drugs, with the egg. That comes to my mind all the time. That one stuck with me for some reason. All right, so my fun question is, what's your favorite animal?
Yeah, if I could be an animal, it would be a dolphin. Because I love the ocean and love being in the ocean, and it seems like they got the best gig on the planet. They're sleek, they're fast, they get to play in the water all day.
Yeah.
It's a good gig.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Trent?
All right. Well, thank you
The
very
most
much.
exciting.
Yes. So now we get to the exciting questions. All right. So,
No.
There's
so
exciting.
my area is operational sustainability. And I will start with, what is the most challenging operational issue in school districts today, and how do you approach this challenge?
I don't know if this is operational, but it's staffing. And staffing is the number one challenge. And it impacts operations, obviously, because we haven't had a full custodial staff at Cocoa Beach since I've been there.
Yeah.
And it's not due to lack of trying. You know, we are constantly hiring new custodial staff, and sometimes they leave us for better paying opportunities and things like that. It's an organizational structure issue, you know, at all levels. I mean, obviously, our transportation operations are affected because we don't seem to have, you can't seem to find enough bus drivers. Obviously, our instruction in the classroom is affected if we can't find high-quality teachers and employ them, you know, in every classroom.
Perfect. All right. So, secondly, share with us an example of when you were especially innovative in addressing a funding gap. And they're asked, what's the situation, the obstacles, risks involved, and then lastly, the outcome.
So I'll use the Citrus Bowl example. So the football stadium at Vero Beach High School is called the Citrus Bowl. So it's not the Citrus Bowl in Orlando, but it's the Vero Beach High School football stadium. It is akin to Fenway Park in Vero Beach. It is the stadium. It is the place for all activities. It is a hallmark of that school. The home stands at one point seated 3,000 people.
Wow.
It is quite the structure. So midway through the football season, I believe it was my second year as superintendent, a structural engineer, and so to paint the picture for you, the home stands were concrete bleachers. So concrete vertical supports, and then the bleachers were actually long slabs of concrete. And they'd been in there about 50 years. And so about halfway through the football season, again, I think my second year, a structural engineer came by and inspected the stadium, and we did this annually, and said the structure is cracking and no longer safe to use. This is in the middle of the football season. Now, Vero Beach High School is a football powerhouse. They usually host about 8 home games a year. They pay the other teams to come and play at their school because they fill the stadium and they get a lot of money. So we had a home side that was not going to be able to be used unless we were to ignore the structural engineer, which we weren't going to do. And so we had to figure out, okay, how do we fix this? You know, when can we how soon can we fix it? Where do we find the money? And that kind of thing. And Suhan is incredible. And a shout out to Suhan for doing what she's doing right now, by the way. But even Suhan can't work magic. You know, so we had the home stands of the football field that we could no longer use, and we still had half the season to go. Never mind the fact that we then had soccer season in the winter, and never mind the fact that we then had lacrosse in the spring, because they're very big in lacrosse. And never mind the fact that it's a marching band school, and they host Crown Jewel, which is a large marching band competition, and they host graduation in the in the stadium. So we had to find a way to fix the stadium pronto, and we had to find the money to fix the stadium pronto. So we never missed a home contest. We brought in additional bleachers at the end zones, and we moved the home stands to the visitor side, you know, for home games and all that kind of stuff. But the work of funding, sorry, to get back to the question, the work of financing. So we sat down with the CFO and talked about how can we come up with millions of dollars right away to start this project. One of the things that we learned as we were figuring this out was the structural engineer said that the vertical concrete supports were fine. They could last for another 50 years. They were poured differently, a different mechanism, how they did it. But it was the horizontal bleachers that you actually sat on that had to go. So the first thing we learned was we could take the concrete bleachers off and just put new bleachers on top of the existing structure. So we could put aluminum on top, aluminum bleachers on top. So we costed that out $1.2 million. So first thing is we got to find $1.2 million. But once you touch a structure, you have to bring it up to current ADA requirements. So once we touched that structure, there were other things we needed to do. Some of them were really good. They only had a handful of bathrooms on the home side. 3,000 seats, but only a handful of bathrooms. So whenever you touch the stadium, you know, a stadium like that, there's a certain number of required bathrooms per how many seats you have in it. So We had some estimates done by some firms. So to bring the entire facility up to code was going to be about $5 million. Where do we find 1.2 if all we wanted to do was do the aluminum seats, but that's not enough? Where do you find a total package of $5 million? So I don't know if you're familiar with certificates of participation, but we had some certificates of participation. And we refinanced, so to speak, those certificates of participation. We reissued them. Luckily for us, at that time, interest rates were very low, much lower than when we had issued those COPs years before. So in layman's terms, we refinanced the COPs at a lower interest rate and added in the money for the Citrus Bowl, the 5 whatever million dollars. The savings that we actually incurred by the conversion was 5.9 million, so we were actually 800,000 to the good. And we did not extend the COPs. Like a lot of times when you refinance your house, it's because it's the same concept.
Yeah.
It's like refinancing your mortgage. A lot of times when you refinance your mortgage, you extend the term, and we didn't do that. We kept the same term, just lower interest rate, and refinanced it. And we were able to have the money in time to start work on the Citrus Bowl. And so we never missed a game that season. We still held graduation there. The following year, the stands were replaced. We held all of our games and everything there. And then by the third season or second season after everything was done. But it was one of the things that, when we were having this discussion with the board about why is there a sense of urgency? And I looked at it from the student perspective. If I'm a senior and I'm planning on playing my last senior soccer game in the stadium, if I'm a senior football player, I'm planning on playing that last senior game in my stadium that I've been, working my butt off all these times. If I'm a lacrosse player, and again, lacrosse is very big there, I want to play my playoff games in the stadium and stuff like that. So the idea was we had to find a way to find the money to get this done, and we did. You can Google it, and there's newspaper articles about it that probably explain the financing better than what I just did. But basically, by refinancing the mortgage, we were able to find funds quickly to do the Citrus Bowl.
Great. All right. Describe your experience with strategic planning for a large organization.
Yeah, I think I shared with the board last time that when I arrived in Indian River County as superintendent, they did not have a strategic plan. So we set about creating a strategic plan. So we talked with the community about how they could help us craft a strategic plan. We hired a firm that helped us do all of this, that held the meetings and gathered the data, put the website up to get input and stuff like that. We assigned different aspects of the strategic plan to different cabinet level staff members, very similar to the work that you all have engaged in. A board member picked an area to work on, and that's why there's 5 areas of their strategic plan, because there's 5 board members. And so we went through the whole process from organizing, how we were going to do it, to then marshaling it through. And the big thing about that strategic plan, I think I mentioned before, was we filled it with a lot of measurables, a lot of ways to track our progress. That was what was really, really important. As we asked the community for their input and we asked staff to spend so much time crafting the strategic plan, we didn't want it to be a 3-ring binder on the shelf. We wanted it to be something that we visited often, that drove really your strategic plan is supposed to drive your decisions. That's like your guiding document. It's supposed to be like what you're all about and what you want to be. And so we built in a lot of metrics that some of them we were already measuring, but others we needed to measure. And so, when we built the plan, that's what we did. One of the other things is that we did an annual update every summer. So an annual update every summer to the community, not just the board, but to the community, kind of like the state of the schools, state of the district. And I think that's what I gave you last time in your binder, was a copy of the 1-year update. So done from soup to nuts, I've done a strategic plan.
Perfect. Okay. Turn this back on. How do you ensure climate assessment? There we go. I thought it was on. There we go. How do you ensure climate assessment results are used in school improvement planning across the district?
Yeah, you look for it. So we're supposed to be checking the school improvement plans. We're supposed to be seeing, like, are they using their Youth Truth survey data? Are they using their parent survey data? That's one of the things that I miss about our parent survey right now. There's a couple questions that we used to have that we don't have. Like, what letter grade would you give your school? That used to be on our survey. I'd like to know how my parents, feel about my school. I'd like to know how they feel about the district. We used to grade the schools and grade the district. So, but going back to the question, like, how do you ensure that it is implemented? You look for it in the plan, but then you follow it up with measurables. Okay, so are you doing the things you say you're going to do in your school improvement plan? Are you taking a look at the data? Youth Truth survey data is pretty important because it's coming straight from the kids. I wish the survey was a little shorter because they tend to lose their attention towards the end. But anytime you can get input from the stakeholders, again, like the parent survey data, you need to take a look at that and see what you're doing, what you can do differently. Insight survey data, I am always upset if my insight survey data is not as strong as I want it to be, if my staff is not, singing our praises as much as I want, because I want, I want it to be like that. So, just look for it in different places.
All right. Well, we're to the last question on my category here. How would you ensure that schools located in under-resourced areas receive the attention and the resources they need?
Yeah, so there's that quote, where your treasure is, your heart is. Also, we need to go and support those schools. We use a tiered system of supports here. So what supports are we providing those underperforming schools, and is it effective? I think that's the follow-up part. We can say we're going to provide them extra literacy coaches or extra units or this or that. Okay, well, what are those extra units being used for, and is it effective? So the proof is in the pudding somehow. It could be student performance data, but also, again, going out and visiting those schools and seeing what the climate is like. Most of us that have been doing this for a while can walk onto a campus and know pretty quick what the climate is like. Whether it's a safe, secure place, whether it's an orderly place, whether there's a joy of learning in the hallways, in the classrooms and stuff. You might not find joy of learning at a high school, but the idea is you can sense the campus, you can sense the environment. So one of the ways to make sure that those underserved schools or underperforming schools are receiving the support is data, but the other part is being out there, going out there, being visible and talking to teachers. When you go there, visit classrooms, talk to teachers, talk to kids, get input from the people doing the work. One of the things that, when I was the deputy in St. Lucie, different assistant superintendents had different schools to supervise, but they also had other responsibilities. So like this assistant superintendent had these areas of responsibility and then these 10 schools to supervise. They'd spend more time on their area of responsibility and less time in their schools. And so we reorganized the support structure there so we had just principal supervisors. So all they did was go visit schools. That's their job, was to supervise those schools. And so they were in those schools all the time. And they could come back and say, this is working, this is not working. This money we're spending over here, man, it's doing great things. This is really good stuff. We need to do more of it. This money over here is a waste. Why are we doing this? The teachers don't like it. The kids don't like it. It's not being effective. So we have to be in our schools more. The leadership here has to be in the schools more to see if these things are happening. So to measure whether the support we're giving those underperforming schools is working, we need to go out there and see it.
Great, thank you for those responses, for your candid responses. I think
What was your random question?
my random question was, in your vast amount of free time, what do you enjoy doing?
So I actually like watching live sport events. So anytime I can go to a live sporting event, I like to do that. Baseball game, softball game. Heidi was an athlete, and so she doesn't mind going to athletic contests. She likes it, So, yeah, if there is free time, usually trying to find some sport.
Great, all right,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
All good. Is there any additional information you'd like to share with the board members?
So I'm going to leave you guys with a notebook like I did before. I'm going to talk about the notebook and then give it to you, and then you can read it tonight in your leisure or not, and then maybe tomorrow in our individuals we can talk about it. The first section is an action plan. A lot of times a superintendent candidate will give you an entry plan or a 90-day plan or something like that. This is an action plan. This is a description of what I would do if I was selected as superintendent right away. These are the things I would focus on right away. So we talked about 3 of them already: relationship building, academic progress check, and the organizational structure evaluation. The other thing we just talked about, the strategic plan. I know you guys got an update back in September, I think, from Mr. Wilson. I don't know that the community gets an update on the strategic plan other than it's presented at a workshop. And I don't know that our staff, building level staff in particular, get a strategic plan update or review. And then it's right here, so I already printed it out, an inventory of our tiered support. So what types of resources are we providing to different schools, and is it effective? And then, so the first part of this is the action plan. And then the second part is, somebody told me that last time I didn't share with you guys enough all the crazy, innovative, out-of-the-box things that I've been a part of. So the 3 GIs is in here. So there's a section on out-of-the-box ideas. So these are things that I've done or been a part of or things that I would do. So the 3 GIs is in there. That's a 3rd grade interventionist. It's also a section on school report cards. So when I took over in Indian River, I wanted to know how our schools were doing. And we get a letter grade from the state. But that's it. It's a letter grade. It's based on student performance data on state assessments. And except for the high schools, it's pretty much it. You know, high schools, you got graduation rate, CCR, and some other stuff. But it's mostly how we're doing on standardized tests. And that's not always the most accurate picture of a school, especially a school that's showing improvement. So we created a report card in Indian River for all of our schools, and it has several different areas of measure. One is the state report card grade. We own that. Not going to walk away from it. The other one was a parent grade. What grade did the parents give the school? And some questions on the parent survey were listed in there. And then student attendance, student discipline rate. Certain standardized tests were tied on those report cards. So for example, for all the elementary schools, 3rd grade reading was a separate measure. Are you meeting, you know, your target for that? And then high schools, it was graduation rate, CCR, and some other stuff. And then one of the other measures is staff attendance. I don't know if there's a perfect way to measure morale, but high absentee rate in any employee in any company, a high absentee rate by your employers is usually a signal that the culture is not good. So we had staff attendance as part of the report card. And, you know, and that was with the union's blessing, by the way. They think that was good. They thought it was a good idea. So, you know. And then a couple other things. In Indian River, we converted a couple school buses to mobile feeding cafes. And the idea was to use those in the summertime originally to go out to impoverished communities, because a lot of times we offer free food at our schools. You can come and get food in the summer, but people don't have transportation. So we converted these 3 school buses. They were being decommissioned, you know, surplused, and we converted them to mobile feeding stations. And they actually proved to be very, very, very beneficial in the hurricane aftermath. So when our schools were still closed after hurricanes, we used them. And then when Hurricane Michael went through the Panhandle, we sent all 3 of our buses up there, our mobile cafes up there, and they were used for weeks as that area recovered. And so that's in there. There's a couple others, crazy good ideas. One is a CTE job fair I think we need to do. We have all these students graduating with certificates. I think it was almost 4,000 certificates last year our students garnered. And so they're ready to work. They're ready to enter the workforce. We need to have a job fair.
Yeah.
You know, we need to invite all of our local employers to a job fair so they can hire our CNAs, they can hire our culinary arts kids who have a ServSafe certification, they can hire our auto tech kids, they can hire the tech design 1, 2, and 3 kids. It's in there and then I'll stop. This is all based off a conversation I had. I was at a chamber meeting and there was a guy that works in one of the space-related industries, support industry. And he said they were having trouble finding people that had computer software skills like SolidWorks and AutoCAD. We have kids that are graduating with SolidWorks and AutoCAD certification. He didn't know that. So I think we need to have a CTE job fair every spring where we bring all of our seniors that are graduating, maybe even juniors who want to do a summer job, and we bring our employers together and match them up. We have that.
Good.
So, and there's some other crazy good ideas in there too, but we'll save them for later.
Thank you. Does any other board members wish to say anything back to Mr. Rendell? We're good?
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. I'm excited to read your book. I like crazy good ideas, and thank you for humoring our icebreaker questions.
All right, no, it was fun. Thank you for the opportunity today.
I think we're good. Thank you so much for that. And the one thing you did miss was the, as a teacher at Cocoa Beach, we missed out on, or I'm missing out on Friday snacks that your
Yeah, so
administration does.
again, we want to make the place enjoyable.
Snacks,
So every
that's what
Friday
you're
afternoon, we go around with a snack and drink cart to all the teachers' classrooms. And if we don't, we hear about it. So we do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate it. I did want to say that there is one thing that I feel is a negative, and that the Citrus Bowl was where I ended 2 of my state runs in high school football. And many people don't know why it's called the Citrus Bowl. It's because it's surrounded by citrus. And in many times of the year, you drive by Vero and you can smell the citrus blooms. But the unique opportunity that you were talking about, those stands, was giving me heart palpitations, because not many people understand when you go play a game at Vero back in the day before they had Sebastian, they used to take up half the visitor side too. So you would be over there and they would take up half the visitor side, and then not only that, but they would wheel over bullhorns. And the bullhorns were the truck horns times 6 of them.
It is actually a train horn. It's
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
So I
It
was
is.
out, and the first year we missed a field goal, and I don't think that kicker ever made his way back into our program. And then the second year, you guys came to us, but quality program. I think there was 5,000 kids in that school, like the years that I was playing, because it was just you had
because there
no
was
other
no
school.
Sebastian River, correct?
Yeah, before they had Sebastian River, but that gave me some heart palpitations because I remember those stands and I remember those games. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it, and we appreciate all of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, anybody okay? We're good? Take a break?
We're good.
Good morning. The April 27th, 2023 special board meeting is now in order. Members, we're returning. We have Dr. Jason Wysong, and this meeting is for the board to conduct interviews with the finalists, and no decisions will be made. Dr. Wysong's coming up, and I wanted to have each one of our board members introduce themselves. Dr. Wysong, then I'll give you an opportunity to, give a brief to us, and then we'll go through these things. So go ahead.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming over to Brevard to walk this process with us. I'm Katie Campbell, and I represent the southwest area of our county.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to meet you again. After a brief hello, I look forward to hearing from you and getting to know you a little bit better.
Hello, Dr. Wysong. I'm Megan Wright. Nice to see you again. I represent the north end of Brevard County.
And I'm Gene Trent. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of this process. Thank you.
Dr. Wysong, we're going to have about 90 minutes to review our interview today. We'll have about 3 minutes for an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions, general leadership, which includes board superintendent relationship, academic excellence, exceptional workforce, community connection, operational sustainability based on our strategic plan. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to 4 to 5 questions. The number of questions each gets will depend on the length of your responses. You will have time at the end for concluding thoughts or questions for us. Basically, if you go over a little bit, I'll pause it. Like it's not, we've been running to where we completed early, and I'd rather give you the opportunity to respond. So don't feel like if you're running to a thing, I'll pause this thing, I did that, we'll reset it and stuff like that, okay? With that, you have the floor.
Well, good afternoon, board members. It's an honor to be here in Brevard County with all of you, and I appreciate your interest in my candidacy. I know this is a very serious decision that you need to make. It's the most important decision that a school board has in front of it, and it's an honor to be here with the other finalists to be considered. I also want to thank FSBA for their support through the process. They've answered every question, and Dr. Vogel, Mr. Reichert, Ms. Messina have all been so helpful and supportive of all of us who are going through this process. I had a great tour this morning. Thank you, Dr. Sullivan, for driving and for so much information about Vieira High School and McNair Magnet Middle. Enjoyed getting on both of those campuses and seeing your teachers in action. That's always the best part of the job. I am from Seminole County. I've been an administrator there for the last 15 years. I've started as a dean of students at a high school and embraced every challenge from there up to currently serving as deputy superintendent. I'm very fortunate to have incredible colleagues. I want to thank my current superintendent, Sarita Beeman, and Chairman Krause, and the other members of the Seminole County Board for being supportive of my candidacy here. I live currently in Lake Mary with my wife, Nicole. She's in the audience. We've been married 19 years, so we'll celebrate the 20th anniversary in July. If you get to talk with her, she'll tell you she actually gets credit for 27 years because we met in high school. And we have one son who is in elementary school, which adds a lot of depth to the work when you're building initiatives and then your own student gets to participate in the things that you and your teams have worked on. It adds dimension and even greater appreciation for the teachers in schools who are doing tremendous work every day with our students. So again, I'm very thankful to be here, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. With that,
All right, I am up first. Thank you so much for giving us the brief history about yourself. Congratulations on your upcoming anniversary that is happening. I'm going to be asking questions today that pertain to the board and the superintendent relationship. So I have 5 questions that I have picked out to ask, and I will start with the first one. What is the most important part of the superintendent's job and why?
Thank you, Vice Chair. That's a great question to start on. The superintendent role is so multifaceted and certainly important from a visibility in the community role, from a policy perspective, the board sets policy, and then it's the superintendent's job to implement it and to get the staff behind it and executing those plans so that we're moving forward as a district. In many ways, the superintendent is the communicator in chief. They're the person that's often invited to get out in front of groups and carry the message of the district. And that message really should be embedded in the strategic plan. The board has a strategic plan, and it's the superintendent's job to put the pieces in place to execute that plan and achieve those metrics. So I think that's the kind of external visibility piece of the superintendent role. And then, of course, there's the myriad of responsibilities daily that a superintendent is dealing with internally. And I think over the last 3 or 4 years, especially with regards to retention and recruitment of staff. And if you look back at my application materials, we often say recruitment and retention, but right now it's about retention and recruitment. And so I think the superintendent plays that key role in carrying the message and trying to keep the district moving forward to the benefit of all students.
Thank you. Based on your knowledge of Brevard's system, our system, what do you believe should be the top 2 priorities of our school system?
So the first is that academic outcomes are why we are here. We can get a lot of things done as a school district, as a community lever, but we have to deliver on student learning first in order to do all of those other things. So Brevard has a long history of academic excellence, and certainly the pandemic and the challenges of the last 3 years have caused all districts to kind of bobble a little bit. And so now we have a standards transition and new instructional materials, new assessments, and this is really the time to focus on sustaining that academic achievement, because with that A school grade, with that academically high-performing school district status from the Department of Education, with those things in place, with learning growth happening, then we talk about the other kind of key pieces with the school district in a community, and all of the good things that are done, but the learning has to be there, and that's even more important now in the area of competition. I think the second priority for Brevard, and I saw this extensively on the tour this morning, is the growth that you're experiencing in one part of the district, which is really exciting. And you've got new construction. Everybody loves that. New schools opening. And then but you also have to be sure that you're sustaining the excellence and the excitement in all of the other regions of the county as well. And so that becomes a bit of a balancing act as you look at new programs, new opportunities, and how you're spreading that out so that the entire county is benefiting from growth, from prosperity, from academic excellence, and not that any one part is moving faster than the others.
Thank you. How do you ensure that board members have the information that they need before being asked to make a vote on an issue of concern?
That's a great question, and the superintendent is responsible for the communication to each board member, and I've been brought up in a system where we've been taught that each board member should get the same information, and questions should be answered, but each person on the board needs to have the same data, the same access to answers, so that when the board comes together as a whole, there aren't surprises, and everybody can move on the same page. There's certainly a lot that goes into prep for each board workshop and each meeting. The consent agenda is a powerful and efficient tool for getting work done, but each board member needs to be confident in the items on that consent agenda and what they're approving. And when the staff, the superintendent and staff, do a good job with board meeting preparation, and when the board is able to approve a consent agenda 5-0 or make a hard decision but get to the same place, it matters. it makes a difference to the staff. The principals see it. The district leadership sees it, that when the board is moving together in the same direction, you build momentum. And the key to that is no surprises to each board member and really good prep work before each meeting to be sure that each board member is comfortable. That doesn't mean that everyone's always going to agree, but it means that everyone feels like they have the information to make the decision.
Thank you. Describe what you believe to be the ideal working relationship with the school board. And when you have an adversarial situation with a board member, how would you resolve that?
So again, I've spent the last 10 years in a school district office being taught how to do this, and then the last 3 years in an executive director and deputy role working almost daily with school board members. And I think the key is open, honest communication. The news will not always be good, right? There will be bad news sometimes, but are we communicating that again to each board member, and are we communicating it clearly and providing all of the information? I think in terms of the superintendent's relationship with each board member, there has to be comfort that frequency of communication is good. And again, each board member, each of you has, as elected officials, different professional and personal lives, and so people work at different times of the day, and the superintendent and the senior leadership team have to adapt to that to make sure that each board member has the information they need. I think nothing substitutes for a good sit-down, face-to-face meeting, a conversation, an acknowledgement that there may be differences of opinion, but how do we work together to get to a good place? And again, even if ultimately a board member feels like I have to vote no on this, if it's just a legitimate difference of viewpoint, that's okay. What's not okay is when the board doesn't feel like they have all of the information they need to make that decision.
Thank you for that answer. What are the first 3 things that you're going to do if you're hired as our superintendent?
So acknowledging that an external candidate always has a different kind of entry plan than perhaps an internal candidate. I think the first piece of anything is listening and getting out and really engaging with as many stakeholders as possible. And I think each board member has a role to play there. You have the existing community and business connections. The history of how things unfold, and a superintendent coming in from the outside is going to need that support to say this is this is the lay of the land. So I think initially it's talking with each board member and kind of mapping out that engagement strategy, and then it's getting out and actually listening. I think that's the second key piece. And then in terms of the timeline here, I think the third piece is making sure that we are ready to go for the 23-24 school year. And you have an experienced leadership team who's already looking down the road at all of that, but coming in and just working department by department to be sure that the short-term priorities have been addressed and are moving along, and then really listening to each department head, each member of the cabinet about what those long-term plans they have are, how they align to the strategic plan, how they support the district's vision. And then from there, I think as a new superintendent, you're trying to synthesize all of that and get some clarity around what are the things that need to be addressed first beyond August 10th and having students in ready to go for the school year.
Thank you for those answers. One of the things that we've been doing is we've been asking a funny icebreaker because this feels a little bit like a hearing, and so
Yep.
just to kind of break it up, my icebreaker question to you is, what is your favorite football team?
At the college level, I support the Gators. I'm a University of Florida graduate.
All right.
I don't know if that's the right answer or not.
There's
but,
no right or wrong answer
that's
here,
good.
so that's
well, on college football for some people
Okay.
there is. However, I grew up from Miami. I grew up in Miami. Went to lots of Hurricanes games as a kid. So our families support a lot of the Florida teams.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for your answers to your questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Ms. Jenkins?
Makes you feel any better, I don't watch football, so you could say whatever you want.
Good to know.
Okay. And so my area is academic excellence. So currently there is a significant achievement gap for minority students and students with disabilities when compared to white and non-disabled peers. So what specific steps would you take to ensure academic success is distributed equitably across our district?
That's a great question, and that's the ultimate challenge that nearly all school districts across the country are facing. The achievement gap is not an easy problem. It's a gritty problem. It's a long-term problem, and again, if it were simple to solve, it would have been done already. And so I think the first step is to really understand the data, not just at the surface level, but you've got to get into schools where your achievement gaps are larger and say, what's the difference? So what's happening that things are a little more narrow at school A than at school B? And those root causes are complex and they interact in different ways. So I think, really pushing into that data. And then it's all about action planning around evidence-based practice. There is research about how to do this, but the key is not to start and stop. It's a long game problem. It's not something that you're going to fix in 1 or 2 or 3 years. So much of what we do in public education is driven in shorter cycles, right? We have a legislative session every year. We have board member terms at 4 years. Typically, strategic plans are at 5 years. For the last 20 years, we've had a lot of changes in accountability systems, and you're always kind of resetting that data. So I think figuring out how to build a long-term strategy and then executing it so that you get that gradual gap closure. And a lot of that is about building a cadre of principals and assistant principals who can have resilience around the problem, because you're going to have up and down years, but then also that there's not just 1 or 2 people who know how to do it, that there are lots of people. And what you often see in school districts is you have a principal that takes a school from a low grade, a C or a D or an F, up to an A. And then what happens, everybody goes, that's amazing. And then that person gets pulled to the district, and 3 years later, that school's right back where you started. And so again, it's not about having one superhero to do the work. You've got to figure out how to build high skill across the entire talented principal corps, and then how to sustain that gradual growth so that eventually you do get that gap. ESE is another issue completely, and if there's more time, maybe we can talk more about that. But again, it's another issue that I think all of our districts are struggling with.
Thank you, I appreciate that so much. Detail what you've done in the past and what you would do to facilitate an increase in 3rd grade reading proficiency rates.
So what we've been working to do in Seminole over the last couple of years, particularly with the standards change, is to use that as an opportunity to identify and surplus or purge, if you will, older practices that that really aren't aligned with the research. And so we've used a combination of instructional materials funds and ESSER funds to really listen to teachers about what they say they need, and then providing those needs, but really going to the research to be sure that we're selecting materials that are evidence-based. Teachers are incredibly creative and resourceful, and we just want to be sure that when we're selecting activities, selecting materials for use in classrooms, that there's an evidence base to them, and that the time that they have with students is using those highest quality materials. I think the other investment of time has been in professional learning communities. And in districts where there's a deep commitment to getting just past the grade level team and into that notion of all of us who are on the second grade team, we own all of the second graders, and we design intervention and share students, and we're not afraid to put our data on the table and say, how are you getting those results? Because for whatever reason, my students aren't getting there, and how do we exchange that information? So the more we have deep teacher collaboration, I think the better opportunity we have to differentiate and support students. Because really, when you're talking about third grade reading, as we get toward the end of third grade, it really is about each student and what do you have to do differently to illuminate that love of reading and that persistence with complex text. So I think, again, it's about the materials that you're giving teachers to use, and then the time you're giving them for authentic collaboration.
Describe a situation where you were clearly instrumental in facilitating a change in the way career and college readiness was approached in your district. How was the change meaningful and/or successful, and what measures were used to determine the success of the change initiative?
Sure. So this is a passion area of mine, and my background is academic. I'm a high school social studies teacher by training, but in 2013, my former superintendent tasked me with taking on a new group that he branded Education Pathways, or ePathways, and the first step in the process was to substantially increase career and technical education in Seminole County, which historically was a college and university prep district. And in response to changing student interests, changing family needs, there was a need to significantly scale up CTE. So with the help of funding from a voter-approved millage, we got into the CTE game very, very quickly, and it was very metric driven. So we looked at expanding the number of career and professional education academies that met those kind of DOE gold standards. We looked at expanding the number of industry certifications earned, first at high school and then down into middle school. When the legislature approved the digital tool certificates, which was technically K through 8 but targeted at middle school, we jumped into that very, very quickly, and with the help of some middle school principals who were really excited about kind of energizing their technology electives and some of their other non-core courses. We scaled up digital tool certificates really in about a year's time, and had thousands of those earned, and that's all sustained. So all of that then translates the industry certs and the digital tool certificates into supplemental funding that's coming into programs and into the district from the FEFP, and then you use that money to reinvest in those programs. And so, we were able to open advanced manufacturing and modeling and simulation and bioscience research, as well as expanding, culinary and some of the digital arts. And again, many of those programs are in Brevard, and it's just about continuously upgrading them. For Seminole, it was a substantial expansion, and of course, the best part was that students and families really responded, and those have become very popular programs. So despite starting with an academic background, I certainly enjoy the career and tech world and the value that it adds to our students and families.
What do you feel is the single most important piece of data that will drive our district forward?
I think as we move back into the full accountability system with FAST, we want to start going back to the low quartile ELA and math results. So the percentage of students in the lowest 25% who are making learning gains. And once upon a time in the Florida accountability system, if you didn't hit that 50% at your school, there was a penalty of a letter grade. It was, we called it the trap door, that even if you had enough points to get an A, if half of your lowest quartile was not making learning gains, you took that letter grade penalty. We don't know exactly all the contours of next year's accountability system, but that's a key metric. Because if you're doing well in that area, if you're doing well with if your lowest 25% of learners are making learning gains, chances are your highest 75% of learners are making the learning gains as well. And then, Mrs. Jenkins, that gets back to that achievement gap closure. If you're moving that lowest 25%, your achievement gap closure is happening because you tend to see your students with disabilities, your English language learners, your struggling readers sitting in that group. So I think it's going to be very important to refocus on that metric next year, especially for districts that are looking to either get back to or hold their A grade.
Thank you. Do I still have time? Okay.
Plenty of time. Listen, if you get an extra one,
No, it's okay.
we can go.
I always save the last one on purpose. Based on what you know of our school system, what do you think is the greatest potential for improvement, and where are our greatest opportunities?
Well, the greatest opportunity is leveraging the dynamic Space Coast to go even further than you have already. This is such a unique county and community, and the revitalization of aerospace and engineering, the opportunities for students here are boundless. And so, so again, CTE is already a strength in Brevard, but I think you have the opportunity with the growth of some of the companies that are either moving into the area or expanding, you have that opportunity to build on that. The talent of the professionals who work in this community is such an asset to the school district from a volunteer perspective, from classroom expertise, from mentoring and internships. And again, I know that all of that is already in place. So I think it's how do you create a multiplier effect? How do you scale it up?
Thank you.
You got your icebreaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your favorite ice cream?
Favorite ice cream? They're all good.
Good answer.
It's definitely my vice. But yeah, anything with any kind of combination of chocolate is great.
Thank you, Jason. I just wanted to say my area is the exceptional workforce, and there's a couple of questions in here wrapped around some of the things that are important to me. So the first question we have is, what is your immediate plan for teacher, substitute, and bus driver recruitment?
Another big issue, right, that's facing all districts, and your voters, your taxpayers have already given you an incredible tool with the millage and the opportunity to be more competitive with salaries than you would typically be or be able to be in a school district given the budget. And so, I think that's important, particularly the percentage of the millage that has been allocated, to support employee compensation. So that's a very powerful messaging tool, and there are lots of districts that don't have that opportunity. So I think, so that's one part of it. I think another part of it is continuing to talk about quality of life in a school district. There are lots of advantages, and I think that's why you see sometimes, in fact, I met a new teacher this morning who had made a transition into public education from other parts of the workforce. And I think we have to continue to message all of the advantages of working for a school district. Both kind of the structure of the day, but also the intangibles of truly making a difference for children. And I think we have to highlight those examples more, so that people really take a look at it and understand the options. And then finally, and I think all districts are heading in this direction, the importance of grow our own, right? That we have a captive audience of high school students in our schools, and we should be talking to them about career pathways, whether they stay in Brevard or college or they go somewhere else. We should be talking with them as early as possible about all of the opportunities that Brevard Public Schools has. And again, I don't think that's a unique strategy. I think all of the districts are looking at programs and pathways to bring graduates back to their schools. The other piece is that when that happens, when you're bringing former students, graduates back in 4 years later, as teachers or paraprofessionals or in whatever role, that's tremendously gratifying to the people who are already here, right? To the long-term teachers who help produce those graduates. And it's exciting to see one of your former students working in a classroom. And so I think the more that we do grow your own, the more gratifying it is for longer-term employees. It helps cement that retention.
Thank you. Next question is, how do you make sure professional development programs / initiatives have impacted the knowledge, skills, and practices of educators?
Well, I think, Chair, where we have to start with that is we have to be sure that we're talking to our educators about what they believe they need. Often when, in my district, when we do focus groups with teachers, the number one request is for time, right? And that's the hardest thing to grant because the structure of public education is just set up a certain way, and we're all struggling to find more time. But I think where you free up time, making sure that it's being used efficiently and that it's focused, and that we're addressing what teachers need. The second part of that is that we're hearing them and we're adapting our professional development offerings so that there are dynamic opportunities. One thing that we did in Seminole last summer, and we'll repeat this summer, was we used our ESSER funding to create a summer educator conference. We called it the Best Summer Ever, and really targeted around learning loss and academic recovery. And so we offered every teacher the opportunity to spend an extra 5 days, not at their own school, but at a host school working with members of their PLC to dive deeper into the academic standards, to get into the new ELA and mathematics materials that had been purchased, so that they were going into the first day of school with an understanding of the curriculum framework, with a deeper knowledge and comfort with the standards, and with time to work through new materials. And so our teachers who took advantage of that reported that they were really able to hit the ground running this year. And again, we got so much positive feedback on that we're going to repeat that same opportunity this summer, 2 years into the new standards, so that teachers have that opportunity to deepen. So I think it's again about talking to teachers about their needs, creating opportunities that are attractive to them, and then going out and monitoring what you're seeing in schools to say, are we seeing any evidence that what we've provided and what we've practiced in a PD environment is now being implemented. And if not, we've got to go back and say, okay, where's the gap and what do we have to do to fix it?
No, I appreciate that. Following up. The next question I have is, what will any teachers organization / union that you have worked with tell us about you? What will support staff organizations say the same?
Good question. So I am a member of the bargaining team in the deputy role. So I get to observe all of that. Our structure, we try to be a bit more formal in terms of our chief negotiator is our spokesman, and so we wait to answer questions, and so I'm there if there's an instructional question emerges, and there's that kind of back and forth. Informally, again, I've been in the same district as a school administrator and then as a district administrator, and generally the relationship with the union has been positive in terms of our being open to listening, to challenges even outside of bargaining, so that we're addressing issues before they boil up to the level of a grievance. So I've been involved where there are questions about instruction or whatever, and really the goal is to when there are changes, when there are mandates, to try to implement them with teacher time and convenience in mind. And so, for example, the instructional materials changes, the cataloging of classroom libraries, all of that impacts teachers. And so, are we giving them tools to be able to do that quickly and efficiently so that those complaints either are minimized or don't kind of boil over?
Thank you for that. What has your district done to develop and maintain a collaborative relationship with employees? Include issues of morale, communication, team building. Describe your role in this. What do you do to make it fun?
Sure, absolutely. So one of my favorite activities, and it's been a long-standing tradition in Seminole, is that the senior leaders spend the first day of school at about 5:30 at the bus depot, greeting and waving to the drivers as they head out. And that's an easy gesture, right? It's just getting up early and getting out there, but it says we're all in this together. And then the last couple of years, there have been random follow-up meals served out at transportation, and regardless of who's doing that organization, it's about the senior leadership team showing up, saying thank you, being present, and that goes a long way, or has gone a long way, with our transportation department, with facilities, with maintenance. I think we've used a lot of different techniques over the years to celebrate teachers and employees. We do a veteran recognition at each board meeting. That's proved to be very positive, and just as much gratitude to teachers and staff as possible. And when it's specific and it's genuine, it goes a long way.
Thank you for that. Next question is wrapped around new technology. Describe a time when you led the implementation of a new technology in your district. If you can talk about what technology it was, what did you learn about the technology, what challenges, obstacles did you have, what success was the technology, and how did you measure the results of that? Just basically, we implemented X, here's what it did.
Sure. So going back a few years, my first job at the district office in Seminole was administering our Race to the Top programs. That was in 2011. That was an Obama administration initiative, federal funding coming to districts at a time when the economy was tough. And the infusion of money allowed certain projects to keep going. There were specific requirements. It wasn't, do with it whatever you want. So there were some specific requirements around what at the time was called the Local Instructional Improvement System. And one of the things that we put into place was a student performance data management system, which is, where you're housing really all of your student analytics. It takes you a step beyond the student information system. And what was unique here is that we ended up selecting a vendor that was new to Florida, and that frankly submitted a low bid in order to get into a high-performing district in Florida. And what I enjoyed about that was that because it was a newer product and because it was new to Florida, we had tremendous influence over the customization. And so my very small team and I got to map out what the RTI, now MTSS, module looked like. And so we did all of the storyboarding, and then the programmers came in and made it look right and made it operate correctly. And so what didn't work right on the functional end, we owned that, right? What didn't work right on the technical, the programming end, they had to fix. 10, 12 years later, we still use the same system. And we've built lots of little enhancements. There's a risk scoring algorithm in there to help us with early warning even earlier than some of the metrics that are in statute. And so that's a system that I definitely got to implement pieces of, and that continues to be used today, for a variety of purposes. More recently, a lot of technology was put in as a result of the CTE upgrades. And so, when you're putting in an advanced manufacturing lab, you start learning a lot about CNC machining, and all of those specialty products. And again, as the person managing the work, you've got to understand it, but you're also relying on your teacher experts, and different organizations to try to use that money as best you can. So, both kind of a data example and then a more practical student equipment example.
No, I appreciate that. That concludes my questions. Ms. Campbell, you have the next round. Thank you.
Thank you.
I haven't had one
He
since the
didn't.
beginning.
He didn't
I just
have one.
didn't start one, so whatever.
So we can't start one now.
Can't
We
do
have
it
to do
because
it the
everything
exact
has to
same
be
way
the
for every
same.
person.
Same
So I have to
question.
tell you
All right, okay.
that we all picked areas of our passion except for Mr. Trent because he got the leftovers. So, so my area of passion and questions is community connections. So, first of all, what are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or who have negative experiences with education? And how would you help your staff to reach out to such families successfully and respectfully?
That's a great question, and it becomes even more important right in the HB1 environment, because families do have more choices than ever. And I think the challenge for school districts in Florida is going to be, how do we leverage the scale advantage that we have by being a large district, but how do you make it feel like it's not? How do you make every family, every school, feel like an N of one? That requires a lot of thinking, a lot of customized approaches. I think all of us who are educators retrained into leadership are also we're going to need to rely more on help from folks who have expertise in strategic communication and marketing, to kind of fine tune those messages and really understand how to do that work. I think in Brevard specifically, the geographic uniqueness, right, the 72 miles north to south creates, although it's one county, you've got a lot of different communities, and so that message is going to have to be more narrowly tailored to specific schools, and then down to specific families. In terms of engaging communities that or families that maybe, as you said, weren't successful in school themselves, I think that's the importance of trying to go out into the community and not just doing everything from a district office or from a headquarters building. Again, just being at McNair this morning, very important community school, and your staff, at each school has to know the history of the area and how it's evolved, and and how to utilize that as an asset in talking with families.
Thank you. What has been your experience or interaction with local business and community groups? What have you specifically done to ensure a positive working relationship with economic development groups or chambers or local philanthropic groups?
Sure. Thank you. So I think the first part of that is showing up, right? And that's challenging because there are a lot of different groups kind of all working, at the same issues. So how do you, you get invitations to different, to different events or different opportunities, and it's about going out and doing those things and then following up with the people that you meet. Certainly in the career and tech world, the program advisory committees that are required are a good way to engage with a lot of different partners in an organized fashion. But then I think it's about really working to understand what each business partner can do and what each business partner is interested in doing and how that aligns to the district goals. So for example, both Brevard and Seminole do a lot of work around student internships. And you have to put some parameters in place, but then you also want to you want to be able to adapt to each particular business's either limits or preferences, right? So, there are some businesses where you're not going to be able to, do an internship for a student under the age of 18, but you might be able, to do a job shadow or a bring the business into the school. So I think it's about kind of each partner's unique needs and then staying engaged with them. And that's where I think it's important that the district leadership team, be available. It can't just be a single person, but that lots of people are going out and hopefully the same people repeatedly to the same organizations. I certainly in Seminole have gotten to serve on some economic development committees, within chambers, and do some of that work. And the key piece is making the meetings, making the contacts, and then when those folks have, when they have a need or a request from the district, that we follow up on that and that we provide it. So, for example, in the economic development world, sometimes you have you have a group trying to bring a business to a community, and one of the decisions or one of the factors in that business's relocation is what schools are the children of my employees going to attend. And so often they've got specific questions, and you've got to attend to those in order to be a good partner to the group that's trying to bring them in. And so I think that responsiveness is really important.
Thank you. How important is it, and what specific roles have you played personally in dealing with the legislature, congressional delegations, and county and city officials?
Sure. That's an area that when I started my service at the district office, I didn't realize, coming from a school administration role, how critical all of that was going to be. So, I'll give you a couple of examples. I have twice gone to Tallahassee to testify or not testify, but present to House and Senate subcommittees. That's an incredible opportunity because you have legislators sitting on these education committees, and they're interested in the policy area, but most of them, not all of them, but most of them haven't worked in a school district or haven't been a classroom teacher. Chair Susan, as you know, it's different when you have classroom teaching experience and you're trying to communicate the complexity of different issues. So I've had a couple of those opportunities to go up and talk to legislators formally. Like Brevard, Seminole has had success with specific legislative appropriations to enhance programs, and I've had different roles there. In some cases, I'm the person writing the request. I have been up to Tallahassee then to talk with legislators, and educate them, on those issues. I work closely with our current superintendent as we kind of draft the legislative platform each year in response to what our board members are telling us. And there's an art to crafting that legislative platform, because you have to capture complexity, but you also have to do it succinctly. And so, again, there's often one-page documents. A lot of work goes into that one page because you're trying to get the message right. In terms of in terms of local leaders, again, I think both the kind of formal and informal connections are really important. And again, each of you as board members already has those existing connections. And so sometimes the role of the superintendent is making sure that you have the information you need when a colleague from another board calls you and asks you for information or a question, or says, hey, I heard that this was going on, and you need that quick response from the superintendent or the senior staff, so that you can respond to that and have that productive relationship with your elected colleague. And so I think that's another important role that the superintendent, the senior leadership team needs to play.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Presenting information in a highly charged situation and to a variety of groups is a part of a superintendent's job. Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you dealt with the resulting situation.
Great question. Again, going back a few years, I had the opportunity to participate in a rezoning process within Seminole. Our former superintendent, Dr. Walt Griffin, came into his superintendency, and within the first year looked at growth patterns and said, we really need to address some things. And so there ended up being a rezoning of 3 different areas geographically, which were then kind of split up and staffed by two members of the leadership team. And at that point, I was the junior member of the team, and it was a great learning experience for me. But at that time in Seminole, we actually had a process where citizens could submit their own map proposals, which then had to be kind of analyzed at the district level and then communicated back. So I've had, and certainly there's nothing more polarizing than attendance boundary changes, right? Because very few people are happy and lots of people are unhappy. It's just hard work. And it's really about trying to address people's specific concerns, but then also trying to appeal to the greater good, which doesn't work for everyone, but some people do understand. And so I think, and I'm sure there are other, certainly other controversial issues that we've, dealt with over the last 10 years. But it's about trying to be clear in the messaging, particularly formal presentations, right? That you make sure that everybody on that team is on the same page and moving the same direction. Because when we're not, people sense that, and it becomes an issue. And then the second part of that is being as transparent as possible in answering people's questions and acknowledging that you're not going to make everyone happy, but you're trying to make the best decision that you can for students, and trying to manage all of the complexity.
Thank you. All right, I've got one more. Sorry, I'm a note taker. All right. What have you and your district done to respond to the use of drugs, alcohol, tobacco, vaping, et cetera, by students?
And you're exactly right. Another problem that we all face, and I think with vaping, we hear about it from some schools more than others, in terms of principals saying this is a bigger issue here, and then other principals saying, I think we have that more under control. And so, sometimes you're dealing with, more specific behaviors at different campuses. First of all, my personal belief is that your code of conduct should reflect what you're willing to enforce. So sometimes we write things, and then the folks who have to do the work, we're talking about the deans and the behavior support people and the assistant principals, look at that and say, that's impractical, and here's why. And so I think we have to be careful about having a written message that sounds nice on paper but doesn't reflect what we're actually willing to do. And then I think the second part of that, going back to something we talked about earlier, is the issue of time, right? So you can more heavily increase supervision, but you have to look at that campus supervision plan, and you also have to say, what's the opportunity cost of doing that? What are we giving up? So if all of our assistant principals and deans are standing in front of bathrooms all day, then we're not monitoring instructional quality. And so I think that's the other. And again, if it was an easy answer, it would already be fixed, right? But I think that's the when you decide, okay, we really want to eliminate this problem. Then our actions have to match the words that are on paper, and we have to acknowledge what we're giving up in order to do that. And I think, to give another example, the dress code comes up now and then in different districts, and it kind of ebbs and flows, and now we want to have really strict enforcement. And again, you can do that, but you have to weigh the cost too. Certainly, alcohol, drugs, vaping, that has to be taken seriously. You can't say, not our issue. But I do think you have to be intentional about, what's our messaging to families? How are we helping students? How are we enforcing? And tying all of that together. And of course, with students, consistency is really important too. So again, making sure that, again, if a school leadership team has decided to plant a flag on a certain hill and say, we're not going to tolerate this, that everybody on that team is on board and saying the same thing.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And my fun question is, what is your favorite animal?
Favorite animal? My elementary school son is quite fond of the clouded leopard, and so we hear about that a lot in our house, and so I think that's just become one of our favorites.
All right, thank you.
Have to look that up.
I know, me too.
Go ahead, Mr. Trent.
All right. So again, thank you for being here. And my my area is operational sustainability. So I know you've been waiting all day for this. So here we go.
I'm ready, Mr. Trent.
All right. What is the most challenging operational issue in school districts today, and how do you approach this challenge?
I really do. I think it's important.
That's huge.
So thinking back to an earlier question as well, I think right now nearly every school district is challenged by transportation, right? And by meeting our obligations with the staff that we have. Everyone's dealing with driver and monitor shortages. You've got the wage pressures in there, and then you just have logistics, and you couple that with the fact that when we talk about operations, there aren't a lot of people who pick up the phone and call transportation and say, I'm thrilled that the bus has been on time every day for the last 3 weeks. Thank you, right? Nobody does that. And so it's that transportation department has challenges every single day. And so, I think that's an area that a lot of districts are looking at. It looks like there's some innovation perhaps coming out of the legislature, and some opportunities to look at, ways to supplement your traditional kind of school bus and routing. But I definitely think that's right now an area of significant challenge. And it's a very customer-facing area. So when those buses are late through no fault of the district or transportation or whatever, parents do see that, right? And some are going to be understanding and some are not. And so again, particularly in this area of more choice, more competition, efficiency of transportation is even more important at a time when the labor shortage is a real problem. So I think that's probably our greatest challenge just about in any district.
Okay, thanks for that answer. Share with us an example of when you were especially innovative in addressing a funding gap, such as the situation, the obstacles you encountered, the risk involved, and then lastly, the outcome of that. So a funding gap.
So I guess there are a couple of things I could talk about. I think one thing in Seminole over the years has been that as budgets are tight, you want to keep your central office pretty compact, right? We put our funding in the schools, and so you have a compared to other districts, perhaps a relatively flat organization, and you're trying to do all of this. One thing that we currently do on all of the teams that I lead is every time there's a vacancy, we stop and say, do we need to post that right now? Is that still the most important need? Or is this a job that needs to be shifted or responsibilities revised? And often when you do that exercise, the answer is yes, we absolutely do need this, and let's go ahead and post. But we have done some repurposing. Recently, we lost one of our curriculum specialists to a private industry job, and my director of teaching and learning and I sat and looked at it, and we really felt like, not surprisingly, that media centers we're taking up a lot more time, right? The cataloging of all of these libraries, the approval of every book in a library. And so we made a hard decision to shift from that curriculum specialist role to, adding a teacher on assignment over in the media area. And then, the work of that other person who had departed was still important. And so it had to be divided up and distributed differently among the rest of the team. But the point is we addressed a need without needing more funding, but it requires, again, a lot of time and analysis. Typically, you have a vacancy, you want to get it up there, you want to get somebody replaced, but in times of scarcity, sometimes you have to make, hard choices, in order to shift. The other thing I'll say, Mr. Trent, is federal funding, is divided among multiple grants. And one thing that you want to see in a school district is that all of your federal grant administrators are talking to each other, because the scope of those grants often overlap. And although you can't supplant from the general fund, sometimes what you can do is get more efficiency out of your federal grants, by pooling and dividing how you fund things. So for example, this year our federal projects administrators selected some grants, and we went through a zero-based budgeting exercise on grants that were very mature. We all sat in a conference room together, and we went line by line, and everybody kind of let down their guard and said, this is what I'm paying for out of my grant. And we went through and talked about, is this aligned to the strategic plan? Is this something that still adds value every single year? Or is this something that has lost its luster and either needs to be redesigned or abandoned? And in the course of doing that, you end up with grant administrators going, that really belongs over here with me, and you should be taking this, or, oh, there's a way for us to split fund, you know, a position or an initiative. And so, again, that's about building trust among district leaders, among grant administrators, and sitting down and having those honest conversations.
Well, thank you for that answer. Describe your experience with strategic planning for a large organization.
So currently, as deputy superintendent, one of my job duties is to steward the district's strategic plan. And again, it is absolutely the board's strategic plan. We have a 5-year plan that gets reviewed and can be adjusted by the board each year. Some years there are minor adjustments, and they're because of accountability changes. And then in other years, we might rework an entire system initiative. You have four goals in your current strategic plan. Ours is structured a little differently. We have 8 strategic initiatives that we're working on. There's a lot of language overlap actually between our 2 districts' plans. They're just organized differently. So my role currently is to maintain that document, and then each year oversee the results reporting, the reporting of the key performance indicators to the board, and then to work with the initiative owners on what they're seeing in the data, what they're going to report back to the board, and whether they have suggestions, for adjustments. And obviously, I'm working very closely with our superintendent on that. But part of my job is to get the coordination among departments right, so that we're moving forward as a group, so that we're not overwhelming the board with too many changes at once, and that we're kind of crystallizing around what really are the key priorities. And again, I'm surrounded by a great team of people, and we work at it together. But I run kind of point on management of the processes. Beyond that, in prior roles, I wrote what we call our System Initiative C, which is our innovation for college careers and citizenship, again, as part of that Education Pathways Initiative. And I was the owner, meaning the person responsible for the outcomes of those key performance indicators. And one of the things I've learned about strategic planning is we have to make sure that we're talking about the strategic plan to all employee groups. And in the day-to-day work of running schools, it's easy for that document to get lost. And people are doing the work toward the attainment of the plan, but we have to make the links explicit. The other piece is that sometimes when you're making decisions as a district leadership team, others may not understand why you're doing things a certain way. And the answer is often because we're carrying out the plan, and that's why it's important for all stakeholders to know what's in that plan.
Great, thank you for that. How do you ensure climate assessment results are used in school improvement planning across the district?
So in Seminole, we have a total of 3 surveys that go out to stakeholders, and some of those are built internally, some of them are externally validated. And those results, this is actually the time of year that those results are coming in, and that principals are asked to reflect, and our assistant superintendents are reading those and having conversations with principals about what's in that feedback. And then what you want to do is you want to take that feedback directly into your school improvement planning process, your development of your SIP. Certainly you have some schools that are filling out state-required documents. In Seminole, we've continued to have all schools go through a formal school improvement plan process and presentation of that plan back to their school advisory council. And as a district leadership team, we're looking at each of those SIPs to be sure that feedback data is making it into the action plans within those school improvement plans. So I think it's about connecting those dots, taking the time to monitor, and And then, continuing those surveys, ideally you want really longitudinal data. You don't want to make too many adjustments because then it gets disconnected from year to year.
Great. And our last question here is, how would you ensure that schools located in under-resourced areas receive the attention and resources they deserve and need?
Great question. The term equity is being used in a lot of different ways now. Again, where I've been trained in Seminole, going all the way back to the desegregation process and the achievement of unitary status, we've all been trained that there are always two priorities. One is excellence, right? Performance at the highest standard possible. And the other is equity, that all groups all schools are having the same opportunity and outcome related to excellence, and that no one is falling behind. I think with regards to facilities, certainly there are lots of data metrics that you can take a look at, and of course you're going to see you have to build new schools in your new growth areas, and you can't replace every school every X number of years. So even in schools that are older, the question becomes what's happening on the inside of those schools, right? What programs are being placed at schools that are relevant and exciting to kids? What's happening at each school so that it's building its own identity, so that the community is excited about it, even if it doesn't have the freshest coat of paint on the outside walls. Then the other part of that goes back, I think, to Mrs. Jenkins' question earlier about achievement gaps and doing all of that data and instructional leadership work, because if the data shows that your gaps are closing, that student performance is improving, then you know that your experience is becoming more uniform and that you're reducing variance in terms of student experience and outcomes.
Great, thank you for that. And one of the most important questions is, what do you find yourself doing in your spare time?
Great question. Nicole and I certainly enjoy the opportunity to travel. There's been less of it the last 3 years, more because of work than anything else. We also find that as our son gets a little older, his social calendar becomes our social calendar, right? That the chauffeuring requirements increase. And so the free time that we have ends up at Little League and lots of those kinds of opportunities. Certainly beyond that, the opportunity to do a little reading, not in education, is always a nice thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wysong. Is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board members?
Well, thank you, Chair Susan. Again, I've been really privileged to serve in Seminole County, for the last 15 years. Lots of leaders, move around for advancement or to get that next experience. I've been the beneficiary of a system that understands leadership development and succession planning and the power of that. And when my when my colleagues and direct reports either were informed or discovered that I was looking at a superintendent opportunity, it's interesting because we haven't in our history had a lot of candidates looking externally for superintendent jobs. People tend to stay a really long time, but that's because I think we've all been given new opportunities and continuous challenge. In Seminole, I've worked for 3 superintendents. Dr. Vogel was our superintendent when I was at a high school as an assistant principal, and then the very the very first part of my district office career. Then Walt Griffin was promoted internally to superintendent and served, I believe, 9 years. And now Sarita Beeman, who was our board attorney, and made the transition to superintendent. So I served 3 superintendents, all very different in their leadership styles and their approaches, but all extremely dedicated to students, and all doing a lot of work behind the scenes, whether it's for an individual student, for a school that has extra needs, and that's the environment that I've been brought up in. Brevard Public Schools is a district that I have watched for years. When we would go early in my administrative career to leadership conferences, Dr. Vogel would talk about Brevard and Dr. DePatri's leadership and the systems that were being put in place. We benchmark ourselves academically, and so Brevard is always a system that I've watched. When I first got career and technical education, and I said this is completely different from running academic instruction. Everyone said, anytime you have a question, you call Janice Scholes in Brevard. And the first time I called her, she said, come over and spend the day. And so my first trip to Brevard was to meet her and spend the day with her. And so Brevard's always been a great school district. And I would be honored should you choose to select me as your superintendent. I appreciate your time today. Look forward to talking with you individually tomorrow.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions?
No,
Statements?
thank you so much for coming and participating. I know this is an awkward setting as far as us asking questions, and I said earlier I wish we were kind of a round table where it was more of a discussion, but I really appreciate your answers to the questions, so thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Since we have time, you want to ask him the last question? If he had anything for
What was the
It's
last
same-
question?
No, it's the same thing. You have any questions for the
Did he
board
have-
members?
Oh, do you
Yeah,
have
no,
any?
we're-
Yes.
Do
Yes.
you have any questions for us?
I think the one question, if we have time, I think the one question I'd like to ask, I know many of you have been here in the community for a long time, and I'd love to know what you love most about this community.
Only one thing?
I can go first. So you had brought it up about how Brevard is a long, diverse county with many different communities within it. But I will say the one thing that transcends through every single one of those communities, and it might be a little bit of a different nuance inside of each of them, but is this real pride from being from the Space Coast. That's really important to everybody who lives here. It's again, everyone has a little different piece as to why that's important to them or how it's important to them, but that pride of being on the Space Coast is what I find unique, especially coming from New York City, with, you don't really get that tiny, small community feel, and being such an expansive county, I still feel like it has that feeling and that vibe and that unity.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
I don't know if I pick one thing that's the best. I'm a Texan, and so we're very proud of our home state, and I still am proud of my home state. But I have to say, as growing up in a big city, thinking that I'd be going over to Orlando all the time, I have to say what I love about Brevard is everything that I need is here, somewhere in the borders of our county. Unless I need to fly to Texas, in which case I have to go to Orlando. But everything else that I need is right here in this county.
Thank you.
You could connect.
I might be the only one. Were you born in?
Oh, we go there. No, I just found out today I was the oldest school board member.
No, I am born and raised Brevard County resident, so I've been here my entire life, and hands down, it's the people. It is the community. So we have community here that is like no other, and I absolutely have a heart for our community and our people.
Thank you.
Like a few of our board members here, I was not born and raised here in
transplants.
Brevard. And unlike Ms. Campbell, I'm from a state where we're not always proud of where we're at. So it's nice to be in Brevard here, where it's a very large county, but no matter where you're at in that 72-mile stretch, what Ms. Jenkins says, the pride of being a part of Brevard, it stretches from one end to the other. So that's refreshing. So yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So for me,
I call it the small big. And what that is that like you will be, the thing about Brevard is that you will go to eat lunch somewhere and there's a guy sitting next to you with holey shorts and a torn up shirt, and you think that he had just gotten off the turnip truck or something, and you find out that he's the lead engineer for the launch systems outside. And what we have is this difference between this, is that we here in Brevard don't try to show off too much as far as what you look like and everything else. We don't wear a lot of ties here. We have a lot of, but a lot of the people here will wear polo shirts, will wear T-shirts, and that's who we are. And the other thing is that as big as we are, we're small. So like I know the mayors up north, but then I also know family members and other individuals all the way up from Mims to Micco. And you have, everybody's connected, even though we're big enough, but we're small enough to where we still are all those little communities. So we are all Space Coast. We all do want to be a part of that. But the thing is that there's a difference in Brevard. I do a lot of business around the state of Florida. And I will tell you that Brevard is a special kind of county. And the reason is that we're real here. And we're real politics, we're real people, and that's what I love about it. So, thank you.
Next slogan, real politics, real people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Anybody else? We're good?
No.
Can I go shake his hand?
Yeah, we're going to go do this. Thank you very much.